Good morning, guys. How are we all doing? Right, bear with me a second. I'm going to audio check. Bear with me a second. I'm going to audio check. And that seems to be working quite nicely. Jump in. Message. Okay. Post. Right, so we're going to do a little bit of multiplayer today. So I'm going to pull up the MVP. Something twigged with. After I stepped away, I realized something. So we're going to go back to the MVP. I realized that I'm trying to debug in a complex game, trying to debug an issue. Same issue exists in the MVP. So let's have a play with it and fix the bug in the MVP. And hopefully that will give us a clearer way forward for the full game. Trying to essentially, I'm using this MVP to isolate where the issue is, so it's clearer. There's less moving parts to deal with. So the issue is grab it. So I put it away because I took it with me yesterday. So we're going to complain about the package man. That's fine. That's fine. I can deal. Right. I'm going to hit play. Good morning, Earaptor. I'm good this morning. I'm good. How are you, bud? Right. Now these fire just on a cycle, so I set these up so I don't have to fire. This will make it a little bit more obvious what's going on here. So notice we've got one player in the game right now. Now the script for these, if I come back to player script, rather I think it was in character script. Doing fine. Selling today at being hard at work. You're still patching. That's a fun day. By monitoring, you mean you're nervously sitting watching the progress going, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break. Okay, so our MVP, let me show you the error before I show you the code. Let me join. Now watch the fire rate. You notice now we have two shots being fired. Watching the different patches be installed one by one. There. Now, this is happening in both projects, and I think it's the same reason But in the MVP, it's much more obvious the reason. If I swap screens, so if I'm looking at player, all our internal system WebLogic patches patched today. I genuinely love to see some of the stuff you work on here, Raptor, because when I've seen your work on mods in the past, your code is like a better standard of readability than most of the people I've worked with. Like unattended script. You mean fire and forget? The programmer equivalent of spray and pray. Right. So what we've got in the code here, we're running base.update. So when we get to the player, we're running base.update. Now, in the player itself, when we're talking about inputs, we're gating this so like, is it owner, right? Which is why we're only if I load that again, I'm gonna confirm this both ways round because I noticed on the other project it works one way round but not the other. Making a Jenkins pipeline for me to apply during the night. It's gonna be fun. Right, let's confirm this does it both ways. Right, so I can move and it doesn't move the other one, and here I can move and it doesn't. But both of them are firing an extra projectile. Like both clients are firing a projectile. I just wanted to double check that the movement was fine. So the movement is fine. We've got if is owner, default inputs equals null. Right, okay. So, but the base.update runs first because what we wanted to do is have the base class make its own determination of should the things here be done in the owner instead of 4 to 6 hours patching only 1 hour-ish. All was good. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Is if it not is owner and return. Right? So this does the same firing interval, but it's now blocking it if it's not the owner. Now, realistically, I could have put the base.update down here after the check, but I want to leave them separate because there are some cases where we might want something to run on the base class. So we'll leave the, like, it's 2 checks. Boolean checks are trivial nowadays. Like 30 to 50 patches each time. Damn. Damn. Right, so let's test this. So our expected result here is each joined client fires one, like, will now only fire one ball. Copy the code. Join game. Okay, so this is fine. This is absolutely fine. This now works. Right, now let's bring up the actual game. And I'm gonna make sure I commit that the multiplayer MVP multiplayer MVP added auto firing for players. And now we essentially just need to step through the how satisfied am I with Unity Editor? But Unity Engine? Oh, come on. Don't give me a 1 to 5. I'm never going to be completely satisfied. Ease of use. Do you know what? No, I don't have time for this. I'm not messing with the survey now. Right, so we've got Play for Freedom up. Let's get the multiplayer client up, and I'm just going to confirm that that this works the same way as it was in the other one. Although the difference here is I'll have to manually fire this because it's not just on loop. The hub requires at least 512 megabytes of free system to run reliably. I should not have hit. I should not have hit update. I should not hit update. Oh wow. Something is chewing up a lot of RAM. RAM. 612. As usual, my user account is using about 12 gigabytes of RAM, even with Unity open. The rest will be Windows bullshit. Which lets me question. I'm concerned now because I'm like I'm gonna close Unity Hub and I'm gonna reopen it. I'm like, what is using? I'm gonna have to look. It's gonna cause me a problem to. Great. So we start and we're immediately users. Apparently, I'm using 20 gigabytes. Which it fun. Microsoft Edge is used to load. I don't have Edge opened, and it should be set to not start up. It is set to not start up. You know, I remember a point in time where if you had a task running the claimed to be a program you didn't run, that was a sign you got malware. Now it's just, yeah, this is just the way Microsoft does things. Well, that's interesting. Microsoft Edge for Game Bar. I have Game Bar disabled. Oh, I thought I had Game Bar. Wonderful. Don't we love turn off controller short? Game Bar actually play. Gaming. Game Bar. No, I don't want the guide button. Uh, gaming. Ignore that. Xbox mode. Xbox. Okay, let's check Task Manager. Let's see if Game Bar is on. It is not. And the Xbox Game Bar widget is still running as well. Interestingly, I've just saved a couple of I just say 4 gigabytes of RAM just by turning game bar off. I ended task on game bar. It just freed me up 4 gigabytes of RAM. Let's restart Unity. There we go. I'm not sure. This is interesting because they've moved some of the tabs and integrated them so they're like. So they're now part of the. Am I on the right screen? I am. They've integrated them into the toolbar, and so now I actually like this because if you're a new user, this gives you a lot less to look at. And if you're like dealing with that information overload side of things, all the tabs down here, like this just lowers the barrier to entry. It wasn't terribly complicated, but just anything where you can reduce that signal noise of just all the information is really, really useful. Job Seeker's Guide to Learning Unity in. Anyway, let's not get onto that. It's happy. Right, let's get back to the test I was about to run. Tell I've got ADHD. So I'm going to host game, copy the join code, put that in player 2. Okay. Right. Now, if I fire on player 2, player 2 works fine. Right. Player 2, happy. Let's go down to player 1. If I fire on player 1, they both fire. Let me get these side by side so that I can both. That was interesting. If I fire on the mouse, if I use the keyboard input, could this just be even if this is not necessarily code, it's that are we not taking ownership correctly? Sort of incorrectly interpreting. How do I even trying to work through my head what in the setup here would cause it to interpret mouse but not the keyboard? Because they both use the input system. If I come down to the player controls and we look at fire, left button, right trigger. Let's see if right trigger. Oh, hang on. Let's look at move as well. WASD and left stick. That's there has to be something somewhere where and it's all inputs, right? So it's fire and move. Gamepad. through A, S, and D. They're set to keyboard and mouse. Okay. Okay, so this is a different issue. I'm going to try hosting the other way round and see if it behaves the same way. And then I'm going to search the project for any input.get key down. See if I've sort of coded something somewhere that was that's been abandoned during game. Now, fine on keyboard and mouse. That's fine on keyboard and mouse. That's not fine on keyboard. That one is fine. Okay, so I'm only getting the problem with controller. Now, I had a problem in the past with the multiplayer stuff where Unity was not transferring ownership, and it only happened in editor. I mean, there was two times I've had a similar bug. One was it was keeping ownership when I changed the window. The other one was it was keeping ownership when I've lost focus, when they're slightly different use cases. So one, it says, like, basically it just always interprets it to both editors. The other one is if you minimize it, it should stop taking inputs. Or if you click outside the window, it should stop taking inputs. And it was still taking inputs from the controller. If I hit play, let's just test that. If I click out of the window, okay, yeah. So in this case, it's just that because with the controller, it's still interpreting the inputs when I've lost focus. So it's interpreting the inputs on both of them. And that's that's essentially disable controller on lost. Events. There's a toggle called, this is 2015. I maybe want something a bit more up to date. You could either detect loss of focus by using event function on okay. I'm gonna put a pin in that one. That one's suggesting that I check every frame. Even though it alludes to the event, its sample it's provided is checking every frame. Input system package. Right, so there's a setting in the input system package. Actually, which monitor am I on? On the right monitor. Good. Edit, project setting, input system package, setting. Reset and disable all devices. So reset and disable non-background devices. Guessing that the keyboard and mouse count as non-background devices, but the controller counts as a background device. snap that to the edge again. Let's try that. Not sure if that will apply here. That might be one of the things where it forces me to restart for it to take effect. Right, lose focus. Does nothing. Click in, and that works. If I'm honest, that probably makes sense during normal development, right? Because if you're doing a normal Unity development where you're not having two windows open, if you're developing with controller, it's probably a lot easier to just press play and pick up the controller, right? And you don't have to worry about getting focus. It's not picked it up in the other one. So let's don't need that. Move player 2. I'm trying to find a way that is quicker than restart or just restart Unity. That's kind of annoying. But it's already in the lobby. Okay, let's stop and start properly. Code. Go in game. Okay. Grab focus. Only does the one. Grab focus. Only does the one. Let's check firing. Only does the one. And okay, problem solved. So let's commit that to GitHub. Wrong project. Where's the game gone? There we go. Changed input setting to disable controller on lost focus. Okay, excellent. Right, I'm going to close player 2. Go back to the test project now. I'm going to go back to the MVP. Because at this point, I want to look for. I want to set up an enemy spawner. So I'm going to go to quickly spin up spawner for this. So this spawns an enemy. This spawns just one enemy. That's fine. Did I make an enemy prefab for this? The enemies are, of course, the capsule. Let's also make the red because tradition, right? So in the main level, I'm gonna do create empty enemy spawner, and I'm gonna add the component. I'm gonna save that. Now, an enemy is also a character. So, let's do enemy spawn point. I'll need that. Enemy spawner does not have a network object, but yes, we'll add that. Add the enemy point, add the enemy prefab, move spawn point, just so I can see it. I'm going to add a sphere on form. I'm going to raise that. I am going to make it 2. I go to materials, create folder, simple, create folder, glass, create material, glass, and basic basic editor visualization. So I'm going to I didn't add in my material creator. Let's import custom package, git demo kit, Unity packages, material manager. This is a sort of sample of a larger project I've made that sort of manages materials that use the same textures. Its most basic and most common function is it will take any material and make a variant material on it in a selection of colors. Right, so I'm going to make that magenta. Rendered, shaded. Face both. Changing the wrong one here. Let's. Yeah, it's now changed to. Interestingly, it's changed to magenta, because it's missing its material. So I've got 9 colors. I was editing the wrong one. Oh, and one of the problems with the material variants is that there are some stuff that doesn't get passed down the hierarchy. I think transparent them. So if I change the one, for example, and then check one of the material variants, because it's got a color variant, it doesn't consider the RGBA values independently. It just goes, well, this has a unique color. Which is unfortunate because it means when you add transparency, like, it doesn't propagate. There we are. Now we've got an editor visualizer of where our spawn point is. Now our enemy spawner, I'm going to save the scene. Our enemies, right. And this should do on network spawn. So on network spawn, if I hit play, host game, and host game immediately calls on network spawn. So enemy should spawn. There we go. Spawns under the pink dot and is now walking around. And because I set this guy to walk around, and his facing direction changes, he's just continually firing because all characters just continually fire. Now that works. Right. Which means I now need to work out. Oh, I accidentally. I want to look a little bit at how he's moving. His movement is purely just walk towards the player. Like, basically get the player's position, get the enemy's position, walk towards. which is all he really needs. I'm going to simplify some of this code a little bit. Actually, no, we're not. No, we're not. Let's check. Let's check now that if I network spawn this, so if I host a game, right, we get 1. Okay, I'm going to copy the code and join game. And we don't get a second one, which is exactly what we want. Okay? Exactly what we want. So that's the enemy spawning. So firing is handled the same way. So firing for the enemies is going to be fine. So ultimately, our spawning comes down to... Sorry, clicked on the wrong scene. Our spawning comes down to this. Instantiate the enemy at a position. Get the network object component off it, and then call spawn. And we gate that behind the server. Okay. So let's start at the upper level. So we want room template. On the room template, close this. Leave the other one open. Open enemy room spawner. Find references and sanity checks. And this is where we want to guarantee blocking. We want to make sure we never I'm just thinking through. Is there a way? What's the best way for me to confirm this is working as intended? So let's do debug.log. We'll make that $1. I want to do name, which should give me room template. Spawning enemy with owner. Then we're going to do owner, client ID. Now, this should only ever be reached on the host. So what I'm doing here is putting this, and this will just confirm, are we ever actually reaching the right point? Where is start spawning set? Public void start spawning. Start room. Which is called from the room start trigger. This might be useful. Because I probably want to confirm this being called as well. One thing at a time. Hit play. I think this, because the other instances still exist in the background. Yeah, so it will just open back where it was. Right, authenticating as player. Use punctual light, that's fine. Right, so I'm going to host game, open the console, copy the code. Now, I did put a longer delay. Room template. So now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We should get 10. Right, so let's join game. Now, what I shouldn't get is that debug line I put in everprint. Like, it was there to prove. So with this one, with the one on the left is the host, I should get it, and I am. Studio room 1, spawning enemy with own we. That was supposed to be owner ID, but that doesn't matter. The other one doesn't spawn it. That's perfect. Right, so the enemies spawn correctly. The player moves correctly. Let's kill that, and I'm gonna remove the extra debugging I put there, which is in enemy room spawner. Where'd I put it? Okay, we don't need that. Unable to spawn enemy, blah blah blah. That's fine. So our enemies are spawning correctly. Now they weren't walking through the doors. The doors were not being deactivated correctly. I'm going to deal with that in a second. What I'm going to do first, it is there was no changes at the moment. There's just proving things work. I'm going to go into room template. I'm going to delete the doors. Post game. Cannot find. Cannot find any enemy spawn. The enemy spawners are on the doors. Okay, I need to do that slightly smarter. Room template. There we go. Let's have a look. Oh, I'm on the wrong one again. Is there an easy way? OBS. Change to on it. Mouse. Now install advanced. I think I already have advanced tools. Automatic scene switcher. OBS change. Starting. Just trying to look through. What? Where is Windows input experience? I think I need to install a tool for this, which would probably require me to restart OBS. So I'm not going to do that now. I think what I'll do over the weekend, I'm going to put the automatic scene switcher on so that when I move my mouse to a monitor, because that kind of is usually the monitor that my focus is on, it will change that automatically. I wish I'd put that on before, but I'm not going to mess with it now. Maybe I can do it over lunch. No, I don't want to have to restart. We'll just forge on. I'm definitely going to do it over the weekend. Right. Player barrier, enemy spawn. So we need the enemy spawner. Let's just move that there. Move that there. Right. And now delete the doors. And hit play. And we have at least one enemy spawner in the room. They're all getting stuck. Now this is interesting. This goes back to, I think we're actually, the networking problem is fixed essentially. I think. Let me load the other one up and just see where the enemies are. This isn't the networking problem. This is the nav mesh agent problem. And I'm a little concerned because I did have this in another project, but I don't remember how I fixed it. Do you remember how I confirmed it? If I bring up the geometry and we go, yeah, I'm gonna hit play. I should probably have changed the spawn time because I need enemies to spawn. As soon as I got an enemy, I'm gonna hit pause. Right, let's look at the enemy. Right, so at the moment, his capsule, and I disabled his nav mesh agent there, but I think you maybe saw that. Phone pause. Pause again. His nav mesh agent is not in the same place as his collider. Did I solve this in the previous one? Let's bring up the room template for a start. Ground, and let's show the nav mesh. Nav visualization is not available in prefab editing mode. Right. But if we do mode with context, are we allowed to see it? No, we're not allowed to see it. Interestingly, I think if I bake it, we're allowed to see it. So it's set to enemy. Default area is walkable. Generate links, no. Use physics colliders for object collision. Oh, object collection. Collect objects. Include layers. Don't do pickups. We don't We don't pay attention to player barriers. This is... Wait, this is not going to apply. Oh, I am in the full room temp. Don't care about player triggers. We don't care about auto lighting. Don't care about projectiles or enemy projectiles. Don't care about player projectiles. Don't care about UI. Okay. I'm going to hit bake. And do we have any error messages? That was when I closed. I'm gonna clear that and bake again. That was just when I closed the session. Perfect. So we should have, if I select a room, should have this very nice. I mean, we could argue closeness to walls, but we have that, right? Let's have a look at an enemy. Player layer. They don't have a layer set. Put them on the enemy's layer. Change the children as well. They don't have a weapon to worry about at the moment. Now the nav mesh agent is of type enemy. Interesting. It's just occurred to me that when I set the thing up with thousands of enemies, I might want to reduce the quality based on layer. That's a thing for later. Area mask is everything. Speed, angular, stopping distance for braking. Obstacle avoidance, radius, quality, priority. I remember we need to update the lerps. This is actually on basically everything. It's good, simple. It's good, simple. How are you, buddy? I'm going to remove syncing the scale of enemies. Don't need that. You're drained. You had a long day, bud. Because it's Friday night for you, right? You're in the future. Position max interpolation time. It's interesting that we can do separate interpolation times for this. 0.05. So I want it to sync more often for position because that's more relevant to shot accuracy. 10:30 p.m. That's not that late. I mean, the long week is probably a little bit more relevant. Back layer transition. Now, enemy. It was on the wrong layer before, so what I'm hoping is that now that it's on the correct layer, it will realize that there's nothing blocking it. If I go door mesh, that's a trigger, and the prefab was set to use physics colliders, not render meshes. So if I go Badger to play WoW, I haven't played that for ages. I did start my own server for a while just to experiment with setting up a server for it. But I'm a little weird in that I quite liked the social element of World of Warcraft, but I also played solo a lot. Like, one of the things I think is quite sad nowadays about modern gaming. So the Raid Finder is my favorite example of this, right? So nowadays, if you want to do a raid, you want to do a dungeon, you click queue. And then you get into the queue, you get put with random people, most of which are really experienced at the dungeon, and they just want to sprint through it to grind loot. And when you're done, you never see those people again. Like, one of the things I thought was actually really cool about World of Warcraft when it first came out is if you wanted to do a dungeon, you would walk around town talking to other people saying, hey, guys, I'm going to do this dungeon. Is there anyone else who wants to run it? And you'd go and you'd make friends, and then you'd arrange to run it together, and then you'd go and run it. That social element of, hey, could somebody help me run through this, was what I think made MMOs special. And now you have this dungeon finder and this raid finder button. You're just substituting for an NPC. They've made it so raids and dungeons, like there is no collaboration social element anymore. You're essentially a glorified NPC for the other players. Like, they've essentially turned it into a single player mode and outsourced the AI and crowdsourced the AI. And I really don't like that. Now, I like the convenience it gives you, being able to click a button, but I feel like there has to be a better solution. And I don't like the fact that we've lost that wandering around talking to the people in town, planning that I want to do an event. Because, like I say, that sort of talking to the other people in the city and discussing like that you need to do something, and people volunteering to help, or setting up mercenary services to charge people to run them through it, or like, those are what made MMOs special. That was like that the whole meta of people paying money to be like, oh, I'll charge you 5 gold and I'll run you through this raid. That's emergent behavior that was completely not intended. And I'm not sure how the developers feel about that, but I thought that was actually quite cool. Because market forces kept it relatively cheap. And it was used like, so you couldn't necessarily like abuse the game. There's always a way. There's always somebody who figures out how to abuse it. But it was mostly just more experienced players wanting to be like, oh, let's go through and I'll run through this. But still, you had a short conversation before going into an instance. So you go in with people where everybody is on the same page, everybody has the same expectations, everybody is intending on running through the same pacing. I remember the first time I played World of Warcraft, after they'd added raid finders, I hadn't played for a long time, and I'm playing through the story completely fresh. Like, I have no idea what's going on. And I said to people when I got in, I said, look, this is my first time running this. I was playing a paladin. I said, look, this is my first time running this. I have no idea where we're going. Party goes, yeah, no problem. I said, right, I'm just going to go and talk to the quest giver. I'm talking to the quest giver, and I'm reading the quest giver's screen. Right? And I'm just reading, as you would the first time, because I have no idea what's going on. I have literally my first time there. By the time I'd read through it, the party was dead. Because they completely disregarded what this is my first time meant. And they just sprinted ahead. And they're like, where's the paladin? Like, I quite like the fact that I think Final Fantasy XIV has an option where you can, as a more experienced player, you can specifically queue to go with less experienced players. And I like that because, one, it allows a seasoned player to play with newbies if they want to, in a way that is not toxic like you get with MOBAs and smurfing. it allows a new player to not feel so self-conscious about, oh, what if I'm terrible? Because everybody in that match is expecting people who are new. But also, if you're just a bad player, right? If you're somebody who just doesn't have the time to spend, you don't really fully understand the game because you get to spend like an hour a week, you can queue there too. So you might have been playing for 10 years, but you only get like an hour a week at best. So you never really get time to get good. You can queue in those rooms, and nobody's going to give you grief for being for not really knowing how optimized the dungeon is. But and I like that. I think that's a nice way to sort of to optimize that. Anyway, got distracted again. Let's have a quick look through door. What I was looking at is what I wanted to check is what layer the player barrier and the door mesh are on. The player barrier is on the player barrier. The door mesh is on default, but that's purely visual. It's a trigger. Door itself, this is fine. So let's try this. I forgot to change the spawn delay again. So I can't walk out. Right, now our enemies can walk back in. So I think what was happening, I'm going to pause that. Oh, that's fun. I think what was happening is these guys were trying to walk through the door because their nav mesh, like, because there wasn't collision on the door, and the nav mesh allowed it to walk through. It was generated so they could walk through it, but there was a physical barrier there they couldn't pass through. Why would that not? I had to hit pause repeatedly then? What is going on? I'm going to change, while I'm still in the prefab, before I come out of that, I'm going to change the spawn delay back down to 3. I'm going to come out of that, and I'm going to find an enemy. Right, so here we are again. Oh, I didn't mean to deselect that. Enemy, enemy, enemy. Right, so now I'm trying to think through how I solved the problem of them like desyncing their position in the. In fact, let's move on to the second room because it was worse in the second room. Just notice there's collision on the pickups as well. I need to disable that at some point. Right, second room is worse. I haven't restarted, so this is still going to be 10 seconds. But basically, when an enemy spawns, I'm going to hit pause. Right, enemy has spawned. Let's go look at him. Right. And this guy... I'm going to play through this room, and then I'm going to head down. Don't tell me this is actually corrected itself. Same again, I'm going to look for enemy, and then I'm going to pause. Right. Let's see what we got. Okay, he looks reasonable. He's running correctly. He's running as I would expect. Now, let's swap this, and I'm going to host on the other one. And then I'm going to inspect this one, but again, I'm going to go to, we'll host there. Copy join code. Join. This is where I probably do want to be able to control them as one entity. Oh, that's useful. I need to tweak the camera setup. Okay, so as it stands at the moment, the enemies are still only able to target the host. Sorry, not the host, the last joined client. And the camera doesn't move when we are a client, I guess. So I'm gonna. If I run into the other room. Okay, it moves. Oh no, and I've locked myself out. Fantastic. But we are only targeting the client always. But, I mean, that's progress. We've kind of figured out some of the logic. I probably need to put some sort of... Right, so let's... There's a few things I've brought up over these that I need to tweak, and a lot of them are small tweaks. So let's do the small tweaks first. The first one is pickups. Let's look at the pickup. It's on the pickups layer. Mesh is a provides contacts. Exclude layer, enemies, pickups, projectiles, projectiles players, so I'm getting it to just trying to ignore this. So it should contact anything that's not specifically on one of those layers. So it, like, if I put different terrain and ground layers, it should still sit quite happily on the ground. If I set something that will yeet it, it should collide with the walls. But a player should be able to walk through it. Come on, enemy die. I'm going to kill the enemies off before I go walking through those. Okay. Yeah, so now I can just walk through these, right? That works. Now, on an enemy die, let's update. Let's commit this to GitHub. Set pickups to not collide with some layers. I'm going to put in the description. No characters, pickups, projectiles. Okay, projectiles. Let's spell that correctly. That'll do. Go. Push. That gives me an idea of the solution to an easy solution. So when the enemies die, currently there's no animation, right? So I was considering, do I want to ragdoll them? Do I want to like explode them? Do I want to dissolve them? Like, I'm not sure. And my first thought when I was setting this up was make them just disable the collider. Hang on, let's come out of that. I want to go into enemy. Just disable the collider, so that we don't walk into dead enemies anymore. But the problem with that is they would just fall through the floor. And I don't want them to just fall through the floor. So I could probably, in their die script, add an exclude layer. Die. So do we have a cache references as well? We don't. So collider. It's not. It's not. It's integrated with the character controller for these. So character controller. This is the Unity one. Character controller, and we want to do. Let's do it here. Character controller dot. No. Character controller dot exclude layers. And do we just provide that? Oh, how did I define the layer mask? Which object was it that I predefined it in? Google, you are my friend. Unity layer mask. Where are we? So layer mask.get mask all. This is the Unity example. So I've come off the enemy. I'm in the wrong project even. Exclude layers equals layer mask.get mask, and this is give me a link. Layer. Let's end that. And project. Add layer. I'm going to do this. Let's swap screen again. I'm going to do this as. Can I double click that? I can. Perfect. I'm going to copy that bit. We've got player, weapons, paste. Of course, I need two things in my clipboard, and I don't have the multiple clipboard. I'm just going to blah 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 blah. Right, and I can just delete the bonus ones. Weapons. I don't think they're included anyway, but we're going to ignore player projectiles when we're dead. We're going to ignore enemies when we're dead. We're going to ignore enemy projectiles when we're dead. We're going to ignore neutral projectiles when we're dead. We're going to ignore pickups. A lot of these are already set in the layer collision matrix. But I'm adding them anyway, just in case we change things later. Right, so I think that'll mean that if I now walk into the enemy when they're dead, because this is triggered on die, I'll be able to just walk through them, but they won't fall through the floor. Just before we have the moral discussion and if it's morally acceptable to walk through corpses. No. Null reference not set to it. I did a dumb. Awake. Let's find the character controller rather than just relying on power of magic to get it. Okay, cross fingers. Can't walk out of a room. No, that's still not doing it. Still null reference. On line 74. Character controller dot request die. How is that? We've got a visual scripting in here as well. We'll remove that. Let me run that again because that feels very odd. I feel like I had collected some error messages completely not relevant to what I'm doing. Come out of the prefab. Host. Right, so the enemy spawns. We don't have an error. Null reference exception, line 59. In character.cs. Oh, hang on. Enemy.cs. I don't need to get that. It's already got because we inherit from character. And by writing private void awake, I'm overriding the previous awake. And it's just controller. Still not happy. Protected controller. Character controller. Alright. Why? Character controller. That's not the same type of character controller. But protected virtual void awake. I'm gonna put a note. Unity character controller. I really should change the name. My character controller, but I can't think what to call a character controller that makes sense other than character controller. Everything else feels like just weird or convoluted. So we're going to make that protected override void. Now we get the character controller. If I'm honest, I could have done controller.character controller because if I remember rightly, the Unity, my own character controller has a reference to the Unity character controller. It'll let me look at it because it's a Unity.count. It does have a reference. Does it have a property? It doesn't, but I could trivially add one. It should work the way it is. Let's just move on. Game. Still getting null reference. Okay. Enemy is base.die goes controller dot. That's controller. Enemy. That's an override. Maybe I'm overlapping with a name. No, I'm not overlapping with a name. But how is that? Drop pickup works. Base.isDead return. Hang on. Character is dead. That shouldn't be working. Because we set the is dead. I'm going to revert the change to enemy. And character. Discard. File, please. Oh no, I should have copy pasted the exclude layers. Make sure this works and something weird hasn't happened. Come on. Right, that works. That works as expected, right? Now, in character controller. Now, I'm doing it in enemy, and I don't see how it should have a problem in enemy. But in let's just trace what it does. It does request die. Is dead. On die requested dot invoke. Then it starts the coroutine for delayed despawn. On die requested. And this doesn't actually do anything if I remember rightly. Let's put it here. Unity controller dot exclude layers equals get mask. Oh, hang on. Get mat. Oh, I'm missing a bit, aren't I? What was it? Layer mask dot get mask. Player. See what that does. That should allow me to just walk through the corpse, I think. And I'm doing this inside the character controller rather than on the enemy. But this would mean if a player dies, like another player would be able to walk through them as well. Okay, that worked. That works. And we're going to do a very janky fix. Add the rest of the layers. Default. Add layer. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Don't want to collide with players. We don't want to collide with weapons. We don't want to collide with player projectile. Don't want to collide. And bear in mind, I'm doing this on a character, not an enemy. Enemies. So basically, what we're saying is take this out of the active game. Enemy projectile, projectile, and we'll leave rest. In case we had terrain layers and stuff. What I could have done is made a dead enemy layer and figure that. That I feel that gives me. That's how I'm going to do it when I rewrite the character controller. Because in the character controller, I want a dead enemy layer, and we'll just start it as default, which then makes it really easy if you want corpses to ignore certain collisions. So you just create another layer and set up the layer collision matrix, and then my character controller doesn't need any custom stuff. It just has it just switches them to the dead enemy layer, which if I default it to default, it'll essentially do nothing. But it's simple and uses Unity's existing systems, which is probably smarter than just designing something from scratch. One of the reasons I've allowed a bit of extra time during this week to play with some of Unity systems is that one of the audio systems, the audio mixer. With the audio mixer, I want to be able to play with. Oh, perfect. Now, they look a bit weird when you walk through them now, but imagine like once we enable rapid fire power up or something like that. What you don't want is like all the bullets continuing to ricochet off the enemy. Once it's dead, like they don't count. Okay, so ignore collision on dead enemies. Right, I'm just committing that to GitHub. Push origin. Now, next problem. In fact, let me have a quick look at the doc. Because I'm thinking what do I actually need to set up networking wise for the rest of it? Because there are some features that need to only happen on the host, and each player has their own. Let's do the camera first, because we spotted that as a problem. Oh, hang on. I forgot to commit. I forgot to save the bootstrap scene, so let's do that now. So, as it stands, any player can trigger the camera transition. We want to change it. Let's switch back to here. And I'm going to close all these. Reopen player. And we'll reopen arena camera. Set new transform. Wasn't there. It was in room. Room start trigger. Room start trigger dot invoke is triggered and destroy. It destroys the start trigger. Now, that happens locally on each client, right? So that exists more than once. So if I bring up the room and the enemy spawner, right? The enemy room spawner. Let's have a look at, well, that's just white space cleanup. Room start triggered. So we allow things to subscribe to that. Enemy spawn, get spawn position. What did I actually subscribe to it? That's the enemy spawner. That's the enemy room spawner. On network spawn, find references. Spawn enemy. Start spawning. Room. Start room. Ah, here we are. Room start triggered. So, we subscribe to that on network spawn for the room. And what I'm thinking, we need some events to be networked, but not every event. For example, camera moving shouldn't be a networked event. It should be local. However, I'm just thinking through network. Okay. If we make the room start trigger being deleted local only, each player can trigger their own. We'll have that do an RPC to count the number of players that have moved into the room, and then we only start when all players have moved into the room. So we can do basically count the number of signals versus the number of players. We should probably gate room is started, so we don't accidentally start it twice. So like if a player spawns mid-run, which I do intend to allow eventually, and you drop an extra player in because they'll spawn with their own room start trigger, they will send a room start signal mid-run. Right, so control MO. So we've got start room. Player UI list. That's cached references. Region, runtime, variables, region, end region, sorry. Ball is started. Let's do room is started. So when we call start room, which is a network behavior, that's fine. We'll do if room is started, return. Okay. We need to change the way we're architecting this a bit because we're just calling start room and then we're saying ignore it on everything that's not the server. What we want instead is RPC send to .server void start room RPC. I'm gonna just call that start room RPC. Now what that's gonna do is count. Hang on, no. Int player entered count, which will start at 0. Just for the sake of maybe we loop back later, in finished room, I'm going to do player entered count equals 0. Just in case we change some reset stuff later. So when we get that RPC to the server, we're going to send... Right, so we're going to do if is server return. So no, if not server return. So this runs everywhere. It sends this to the server. We ignore some of the data on clients. We don't really want the server to send this out. Other options, actually. We'll execute locally if invoked on the server. Let's do that. Debug.log. We'll do that $1. This is on room. We don't need $1. Triggered. Can do that, right? So start room RPC is called anytime a player walks into that room start trigger, right? Anytime. So if I walk in on both players, it should say triggered Count. Player entered count. Right. But this should run on the server. It gets triggered by both clients and then only run on the server. Right. Game. Actually kill the enemies. Think. Game. Okay. Kill the enemy. Okay, right. So this should, I bring up the console. When I walk over to the other room, camera snaps. I'm not going to be able to walk through the door because I haven't doors yet. Also didn't trigger. Is that network behavior? It is a network behavior. Did I save it? Okay. Confusion. Let's attach a breakpoint. Play. Post. I'm going to go and have a look at the other RPC I was sending before, just so I can check if I'm getting the form. Post. Why are we? Oh, hang on. Start room. Triggered count. Okay, of course it triggers when we first join. Triggered count 0. Of course I didn't increment it. That's fine. Game. I'm not sure. Let's not collapse. See, let's collapse. Where is it? Triggered count 0. But only sent once. Trying to think through. Does the collider even still exist? Because I'm not gated. I'm still deleting it when it's triggered. That's just a mono behavior though, so it should. Right. Let me stop this. I'm going to play and I'm going to host. I'm going to host on the one on the right. Okay, copy code. Join game. Right. I only get trigger count 0, but if I pause there, I'm in the room. Room start trigger. It deletes all of them. Is that because the parent is a network? If the parent's a network object, I need to not delete it. That's irritating because then I need to think about. Double check this. Well, I delete a child object of a network. Child is a network object. Child is not a network object. I do delete. But no, it's not automatically synced. Going on the server does not tell the clients to. Okay, so this should be doing what I think it should. But it's. I assume the AI is wrong. Servers, when disabled, network object parenting will not automatically. Yeah, that's fine. Think owner transfer parenting. Fine. But it is deleting. I'm not in play mode and it exists, right? I'm not in play mode. If I hit play and I host the game on the right, watch the hierarchy on the left. Right, copy code. It's going to destroy it anyway. It's going to destroy it anyway. Hang on, let's put another breakpoint in. Because this is where it actually gets called, right? I join. Attempting to apply patches to lobby, but there was no patches to apply. But on this client, it should. Let's just double check. So let's come out of that. I think maybe it's just not. Maybe the breakpoint. Maybe the doesn't like the breakpoints. Now is triggered is just a variable. I'm going to just put a debug.log. So debug dot room start triggered, right? Now debug dot. I forgot the log. Room start triggered. Now, even if it's just not playing nice with the debug, what I should do is get a get something in the log to say the room start was triggered. So I'm going to hit play. Post on the right. Code. Join. Right, so it is triggering. Oh, did I set a gate? Did I not even subscribe? I think maybe I just didn't subscribe. Yeah, I don't subscribe to the event when we're with the server. Okay. Yeah. Let's come out of break mode. So it's always triggering it. But if I come back to the room, I'm only actually subscribing to the event if with a server. So let's change that. Before I change that, let's have a quick look what's in Find References and what we're going to need. When I originally set this up, that's going to be local. That's going to be part local, part network. That's going to be part local. I could go through this later and agonize over this and refine this to the point where we save some memory by removing the things that clients don't need, but we'll deal with that later. Then on network despawn. So we're going to always find all the references and we're always going to subscribe to the signal. And then we will control whether it's server only afterwards, right? So I'm going to do count plus. So player entered count. And then I'm just going to, because I don't want the rest to happen yet, I'm just going to put a return there. All I want at the moment is oh, hang on. I can't just skip that. If we're not right, the rest has a gate for is server, so the rest will be. Eben, good afternoon. Oh, it's afternoon already. It's going pretty good. I've got a lot of the multiplayer bugs fixed. What I'm doing now is I'm just separating the camera transitions so they happen locally on the client rather than being controlled by the server, because they're only controlled by one player at the moment. And I'm setting the room start to wait for all players to walk into the room before it actually does start. Right. Host game. Copy join code. Okay. So kill all those. I'm wondering, if maybe I should just allow players to walk through each other. Right. Now, when I walk to the right, we're going to get a room count triggered here. I'm going to call the right-hand player first. Lost track of myself. Oh, I can't get inside the room because the doors are still up. Player. There we are. Right, we want this door. Player barrier. I'm gonna is trigger. Back out of play mode. Where are we? Lost myself. Host is shutting down because I paused it. Great. Okay, I need to implement the rest of the logic before I can test this properly. I did see when we started though, we get trigger count 2, 1, and 2. So it's doing what I wanted it to do. So we'll delete the trigger count because we know that's actually doing it. So it's doing trigger count. Now, start room here. This is going to be the server side part. Both of these can... actually, that can come down here. If any room spawner is not null, that can come down here. So this will only run on the server. That will run... if not is server... Hang on. If not is owner, return. So what this is going to do now is it's going to close all the doors, but only for the owner. And then it's going to do the same for the camera. It's going to move the camera, but only for the owner. And then down here, we're going to do, and this is on the server, is we're going to do if it was player entered count is less than player dot all players dot count return, right? So a player steps into the start area. We increment the count. We're going to do room has started. Let's leave that where it was. I just want to double check I'm setting this somewhere. I'm not setting this somewhere. That goes after the check. So room is started equals true. Now we're going to put that before the player count. And this is just like if you have one player, your room is started, another player joins, then it's just gonna skip the logic. Now this still applies because the doors start open on every client, right? They start open. Now later, the join logic. At the moment, we're just spawning in the middle of the arena, but later, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have them spawn in like just outside the room and walk in. So what this will do, they'll walk in, they'll trigger this, which is the server side component. The server side will go, okay, we're already started, we don't care. The local side is then going to go, okay, well, they've now walked in, close all the doors, update the camera position, job done. So we separate them. I think that should be good. Right, let's hit play. So this shouldn't move the camera. Shouldn't move. It should only move the camera. It should only move the local camera, right? Okay, first off, I noticed there's a bug because the doors for player 2 are oh hang on, the level's ended. Come back to that. Back to that. Right, so let's see if the camera swishes. I think I've got the condition. Okay, definitely. I'm going to start Unity. I've had this problem before. Be updating when I save until I restarted Unity. Okay, player 2. That's happy. Let's hit play. Host. I'm going to try just a local instance first. Right, so I can't walk through the door. Right, that works. Transition works. Doors shutting works. Go down this way. Transition works. Doors shutting. Okay. Yeah, doors are not open still. Perfect. Let's stop and restart, and we'll play this through as multiplayer. It also just occurred to me, did I put a network object on the camera? Because if I did, it's going to sync. I didn't. It's local only. That's good. So host game. Code. Game. Right. We got the targeting thing to deal with still, but hang on. Before I kill the last end. Damn it. Okay. I'm going to walk to the right. That's still starting immediately. Let's add some additional debug logging. So let's. Okay, the doors are working. Okay, that didn't. Okay, not quite. Working is probably doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Where's start room being called from? Only the signal. Room start trigger is just a mono behavior. That's a network object. That's a network behavior. But the room itself is a network. Have a. If I open the. That have a network object. It. Testing. Well, let's add a little bit of debugging. So how do we want to do this? First one, debug.log. Let's make it this $1. Player count. Player entered count. And all players list length is player dot all players dot count. What I'm guessing is the gating where I didn't add them, where I added them to the all players list is probably wrong, and that probably reads like 0 or something. So, oh. Go. Now the first room should start immediately because there's only one player at that point. But we should get an output to the log of how many players have entered. Player count 1 and player counter list. Copy the code. In game. Should get player count 2. Well, that's the RPC, so it's only run on the server. Ah, okay. It room is already started, so it's not gonna do it a second time. Let's kill the enemies. Do the second room. Do this with the do with other users. Okay. Player count 2 and all players list length 2. That's not correct. Because that's not a static. That should have been 0. If I run to the right with this guy. Okay, I can't get in. Oh, but my bullets can. I can use that to open the door and create some bullshit. That should have triggered. No, it shouldn't, because it started the room. Okay, so why did it start the room? Have I got my conditions backwards? Player enter count plus plus. Oh, it said. Of course. Any player. It's any player entering the area is enough, because at the moment it's just detecting a player. I need to filter this by if is triggered return. That's fine. If other dot game object dot try get component network network object out network object. I'm just gonna call it NO. I don't need that. I do need that. I get component NO. If not, turn. And if NO dot is owner, this is backwards. I need to flip this. Right, so first we're going to go, does it have a network object? If it doesn't have a network object, we return. Because I mean, this is an error check. Realistically, all players should have a network object, and I set this up in the layer collision matrix. Only players could trigger this. So this is just secondary check. I feel like I should explain this just in case. Layer collision matrix. You can, so all players, so only players can collide, can trigger this, and all players could have a network object. This is a safe check, okay, just in case. Okay, and then we check if it's the owner. If it's not the owner, we return. Now it should trigger only if the player that owns the object will on that run. I knew I was going to have to do this bit, but I completely forgot about it while I was like thinking. Might be the key. After this is gone, I'm gonna. If this works, I'm gonna go and grab a. Code. Play. Game. Right. Okay. Player count 1, and all players let. Yes. Okay, let me go through this. Didn't update the camera locally. But that's progress. Okay, all the doors are open. Down with him. Then the game start. Yes. Yes. Right, I just one check because I didn't pay attention to if it worked. Is when I first start, all the doors should close because they were staying open on the second player. The game has already started, and now that I've separated those, it should close. Damn it! Okay, but what I'm going to do is that's progress. I'm going to save. I'm going to save what I've done so far to GitHub. Separated. Added player count room starting. I'm then going to go and grab a drink, and when I come back, we'll debug why this is might be doors and network. But we'll deal with that in a minute. Give me 5-10 minutes. Grab a drink, stretch legs. I will be back.
Well,
Oh no. No! No! Not now! No!
dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belts. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is that in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have a broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to render now. I'm at 3 FPS.
Well.
Oh no. No! No! Oh, not now! No!
Dang it. Is it in the middle of the base again?
Yeah, with half empty belt. I didn't even see the nuke. Oh no! God damn it, guys! Oh my god, look at the screen! My god!
Run.
There's no running! There's no running! I have broken leg! Somebody make sure you clip this, guys, please! Oh no! Oh god! There's just too much fire to roast. Hello, right, I'm back. And as soon as I walked away to grab a drink, I realised what the problem was, or I think I realised what the problem was. So, now with the trigger, I'm checking, are you the owner? However, the object is instantiated or its networks triggers the trigger for its networks. Now, until its networks have an owner, so it won't be owner. Nothing. So, when I'm going to walk in, already be spawned. For now, I think what I'm going to do is put other flags we've got, or I'll just put a boolean on the player saying is network spawned. And set that when network spawn called. And that way we can use that as a flag. If it says not network spawned, then we'll trigger the start trigger. Hang on. That would trigger. Wouldn't trigger. No, that would work. I think that would work. But we'll see if there's a flag we can use. Built in. I don't know what other flags we've got. I know we've got owner in his server, but I don't know what the others are. Taking a minute. Stretch my legs wet. Computer. Do this more. I need to get like a whiteboard here. So when I'm trying to think through problems, I can just sketch the problems out. It'd be much better for me when I'm problem solving as well. Just stand up and stretch my legs a lot more. Usually sketch things out on the computer. Very useful. A bit physical. Right. A mug of soup, by the way. I'm not like spoon eating tea. Like it is warm there. It's actually not as warm today as it has been. Like yesterday it got quite warm. By the time I got back from the hospital yesterday, I was like dripping with sweat in the car. You know, because I haven't got around to fixing the aircon or selling the car to get one with aircon. Right, so if I go other screen. So here's the problem. The player, it calls awake. At the point it drops in here, it hasn't called its on network spawn, so it won't be an owner yet. If not the owner return. So let's have a quick look. So network object dot. Let's see what other flags we've got. You know, I'm gonna freeze it there and attach it, and then I'm just gonna look through what all the flags are at the point that it triggers it. Got home drenched again. Is it raining where you are? Then it rained a little bit yesterday, where maybe we sent it your way. Oh, from sweat. Oh, okay, brain fart. I didn't make the connection, even though I just said it a minute ago. Right, I'm going to host on the right. Right one isn't attached to the debugger. And then I'm going to join on the left, because that is attached to the debugger. Now, right, so network object.isOwner is false. However, let's see what else we've got. Is destroying... Is ownership locked? False. Is spawned... There was one that was is active. Need the last patching so you can go sit outside. I went to visit a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago, and when I arrived, I heard his voice as I was walking past his hedge at the front of his house. He's got like a front garden. He lives like in the countryside, so like front garden, no difference, front garden, back garden. He was sitting under a tree in a hammock. He was just like chilling on a hammock. He was working from home and just had like the laptop on his lap, which I think by the time I arrived, he quickly abandoned because it was about finishing time anyway. Well, the guy's like just chilling on the shade in a hammock. Like, that's the way that, you know, that's where you want to be when work's making you go in. That's where you want to be. Right. So according to the network object, it says has been spawned is true. You know what? I'm going to bring up the docs and have a quick look. Unity network object. Just to have a quick look what these are actually defined as. Will give me a list of properties. Oh, fantastic. This is horribly organized. Properties. And the one I was looking at is player object, is request in progress, no, is spawned is true. Local player is owner. I'm guessing that is owner is false because it's not been set yet. Is ownership locked? Is request in progress? Is scene object? So it's always going to be a scene object because that's just is it part of the scene? Is spawned? Checks if the object has yet been spawned across the network, and this apparently is. Wait, when did the is owner become true? When did the is owner become true? Like, that was false a minute ago. Okay, I'm gonna hit play. That should not have happened. That should not have happened. I'm gonna do that again. You are not supposed to be able to update your variables while you're in break mode. First game. Right. Network object is owner is now true. I'm gonna hit play. What happens? Still don't have doors. Fantastic. Oh, is this a? This is an This could be an execution order thing. We're essentially triggering it before it gets time to subscribe to the start room because that happens in on network spawn. Right. So it's an execution order. Possibly. What I'm gonna do is stop that for a sec. I'm gonna put a breakpoint in on network spawn, and I'm gonna put a breakpoint. Well, we've already got a breakpoint in the trigger, and I'm gonna confirm which one fires first. Code. It's not attached to you. Attached to you. Debugging mode. I'm gonna have to open multiple instances of Visual Studio and attach to both of them. It'll even let me do that. I think it's easy to take for granted how easy it's got to debug problems nowadays with modern tools. Okay. So on network spawn triggers on the room triggers first. Right, because the room exists at the point the player spawns. Other game object. It's spawning two. There's two spawning. And one it is the owner of, and one it's not the owner of. I hope that's not. Sorry, I'm sorry if it did. At this moment of realization where it might have actually been loud enough for the mic to pick it up. Right, so this is why I'm getting more than one. And one is the owner, one is not. So that the first one is true. Right. Is owner true? Okay. room start trigger.invoke, start room RPC. Now, are we the owner? That's false. Okay. We're not the owner of the room. We're not the owner of the room. Right, we're the owner of the player. We're not the owner of the room. So do I set the... Okay, so I've got a few thoughts on how I can fix this. Let me change back to the... Let me play. Stop debug for a moment. If I open a room, this has a network object. Ownership. All. Right, so we need to think about this. The method I had when I was setting up the logic, this, that is owner is talking about the player. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to extend rather than changing the ownership on the room, because that could get silly, and ultimately that's not what I want, right? Because the whole logic of this was written with the assumption that I was working on the player, and that's not true. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to do action network object no. Right. So the action, when we invoke the action, we're going to also pass a network object, right? Can we allow nullable? Let me have a character control. Character controller. I didn't have any null examples before. Invoke. I mean, I could just do null, but I want to make it so I can... I can't do or. Can we do overloads with these? No, actions can't have overloads. All right. Well, in our current setup, we're always supplying the network object. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna submit the network object, right? So when we go to room, start room is gonna have network object no, and then we're gonna do no dot is owner. So now we're basing it on the object that actually does the triggering, which is usually the player, right? I just saw something move on the Unity screen, but it's not in play mode. I guess it doesn't know that. Right. Okay. Now we're based on the player itself stepping through ownership. Are we brave enough to just try it and see? Let's do that. Half screen it and play. Post a game. Join, and what we're looking for is when we join the doors to shut. Public event contains an invalid character. Join game. I was just copy paste. Yes, the door's shut. Right, can I walk through the door? Can't walk through the door. There's logic to tweak on the room ending. But we're getting there. So for the room ending, we don't want to just do this on the server, which is what we're doing at the moment. Because we call we call the open all the doors. What we want to do is RPC send to dot everyone, and then we just remove the is server because now we're it doesn't like the name. If I remember rightly from yesterday, we have to add RPC as a suffix to RPC. I mean, it's good practice, I think, to do that, but it feels excessive that they enforce it with an error, right? It feels more like it should be a warning. Like, hey, you're doing something stupid. Can't do that. Versus, you're doing something you should probably not. Right, copy code. Join. No errors. Doors are closed. Roller back on. Actually move. I need to change the accuracy settings on the projectiles like I did in the MVP, but that worked. That opened the door on the client and the server. That worked brilliantly. If I now wander over, oh, I've got my own camera. Yes, that worked. I've got my own camera. Right. Now let's do the other one. If I walk into the room now the doors lock and they lock for everyone, and then we start. It is functional. It works. Guys, it works. Oh, I'm committing that. I'm committing that now. This is a, don't mess around with it anymore. Save it, commit it. So enabled network. Right. Beautiful. Next problem is the enemy selecting players. So again, I'm gonna close all tabs and I'm gonna go scripts, characters, enemy. It's the enemy controller. I'm going to put a note on this just so it's more obvious. Enemy controller contains enemy and hack logic. This emulates the player inputs. Allowing the correct controller to face AI the same way as a player. And this is a convoluted choice, right? But it's for something I'm building in the future. And beyond that, don't worry about it. I have to do this white space cleanup because it'll bug me. It'll bug me. Right. Try find nearest player. And here's where we seem to always be getting closest player equals null. Out closest player. Try find nearest player is called from here. Right, move to is only providing a transform. Now, oh wait, am I being repath immediate? Why are we specifying the player in the first place? Oh, I remember. Aggro target. Right. The point of this was it will run towards a play. It will allow us to specify a particular target of aggro, and we're just not using that. The point is, if a player damages an enemy, it will run towards that player. We should probably put something smarter there later, like manage an aggro value or something like that. But this is the method to say, look, run towards that guy now. The logic to should I run towards him comes elsewhere. Right, so try find nearest player is where we're getting the problem. And this is only run on the server. Is it only run on the server? Repath immediate. If not, server return. Okay, so it is only run on the server. So the question is, why is it always getting only one player? Part of me thinks that the all players list maybe doesn't contain all players. and if is owner. So we're always adding to all players. New player spawned. All right, let's just put the breakpoint in, and we'll see what happens. Right. So I'm going to attach. Wait, distance to player less than distance. Oh my god, I know what it is. I know what it is. I don't even need to attach. I know what it is. This is backwards. So distance is all, it starts at float.max value. And the idea is that if you choose any player at all, your distance to the player will be less. So the first time this runs, it always should set distance to whatever the distance of the player is. With this, it's doing it backwards. So distance is never going to be less than max value. So distance to player will always be less than max value, or you would think. So all this is doing is just looping through until we find the last player that joined. And then closest player equals P. Because we output the closest player. These work. These work. These work. Code. Game. I need to solve the network spawning of the pickups. But wait, I'm player 2. Deal with it. We'll do why in a second. No. I was controlling player 2. Duh. I thought I was controlling player 1 then. Okay. That works. If I go down here, change my context, go down here. I keep. That's locked. Damn it, that locked the room. First one worked. Maybe there's some prefab for that one. Let me try that again. Go through like 3 or 4 rooms. I'm going to host on the left. Copy the code. Game. Okay. Room open. Run to the right. There is no doors there. Right, now let's control the right-hand player. I think maybe I was getting mixed up with different players. I'm now controlling the right-hand player. Go down again this time. Right-hand player's locked. I was just getting mixed up with my players. Okay, that works. Let's fix the pickups. Oh, hang on. I need to confirm the enemies will chase the closest player, because I've got one player that sticks where it is. It's kind of hard to do because they've already ran in before. I wasn't really paying attention. Let's do that. Right. So I essentially just fighted them onto the other player. Yeah, they do. They go for the closest player. Perfect. Right. I remember, before I forget, that I'll also toggle the screen so you guys can see what. I need to change the projectile prefab. Edit, network, transform. 0.05. A little bit more accurate. Propagates through the others. Yes. Prefabs. Enemy. Right. So the next thing is when we drop the pickup. Now currently we instantiate the pickup rather than spawning it. So is a pickup already a network object? I don't think. Network object. And we're going to give this a network transform just in case we move it. But I'm gonna remove scale, and it doesn't need to be as high accuracy. Change to lerp. But my brain is just going down a path of, because I just had some thoughts there on how to do the lag compensation. But we'll leave that for the moment. That's a network object. We're just not spawning it. So in the code, we need to pick up new pickup equals, and then new pickup dot get component network network object dot spawn. I'm going to double check in the copying or just the other project I've got open. Enemy spawner, instantiate it, get the component, call.spawn. I'm trying to think if there's any setup in that is going to matter. Let's have a look at pickup. Oh, that's not going to matter at all. At all. It's called in the player. Ooh, this is fun. Okay, so the score here is being calculated everywhere. And we probably don't want that. We definitely don't want that. Trying to think what the best way with everything I've set up so far. I want that to be calculated on the server. I don't remember if I need to do network variables for this. Network variable. Public. I'm not sure if this is good enough. We'll find out in a second. Hash score cannot be applied to operands of type network variable. So let's just do hash score dot. Do we have to do value with these? That dot value plus equals dot hash value. That works. I think. We'll find out. And then we want to do private void we want RPC send to dot everyone. Score has changed. Right. Hash score dot value. And we're going to gate the on trigger if not is server return. Right? So with this, what we're going to do is we're going to do the decision making. We're going to do the decision making on the server. Once we've done that, we're going to do score. Hang on, we need to make this. Score has changed. It needs to be end with RPC. So score has changed RPC. Decision making in one place. And then this essentially says trigger it everywhere. Now, I don't remember 100%. I don't remember 100% how these work. If they're instantly sync or it's end of frame or whatever, because it's been a while. I'm also going to get an error in the UI because I'm accessing it. I'm not accessing its value. save that. Clear the errors. There's going to be a UI error here. Well, there should be a UI error. Player UI. Not satisfied. Player UI is currently a mono behavior. Doesn't actually, I don't think it actually needs to be a network behavior because it itself is local. It's just accessing network data. Update score, on disable, initialize, player index. Awake, that looks fine. Update score, int new score, 2 references. New score dot value. Oh, hang on. That's not where it's being passed. I'm just questioning. Update score is taking an int. Being triggered in onScore changed. OnScore changed. OnScore changed sends an int. Player.onScore changed. Where did I invoke that from again? I am passing it the int. That's fine. Okay. So what I think is going to happen, what I hope is going to happen, is the network score variable itself will just handle the syncing. So whenever it changes, so the decision to change it is handled on the server because of this, but because it's a network variable, it'll update everywhere. Then this is going to get sent to all devices. I question if this is, if we need to like cache score dot value, not dot value. I'm wondering if there's something like that tracks if it's waiting on an update. Set the update traits for this network variable to determine how frequently it will send updates. A lot. I wonder if there's like update pending or something. Network variable. Let's Google. Let's Google. Network variable. Think A. Network variables out of sync. You know, let's just try it. Let's just try it. Play. Off screen. Post game. Object reference not set to an object. Stop. Might be something to do with me saving partway through and updating. Life cycle error. Yeah. That's going to cause problems. Okay. Failed to start network. I'm going to just... I'll kill the MVP project because it's not relevant at the moment. Bear in mind, Windows background task. Unloading project 0 of 75. I just closed Visual Studio and it just hung. I was like, look at it. And now it's gone. Oh, there we go. Right. Unloading project 0 of 75. I just... What? What 75? You were sitting idle. I swear, like... I hope we're not going to have like a Windows situation where every other release is terrible. Remember. Right, multiplayer. Let's start player 2. Please refrain from modifying packages while the virtual player is activating. And play. Post. Okay. Session failed to start object reference not set to an int. Player.cache score cannot be null. All network base variable instances must be initialized. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Make field reader. Okay, so equals 0. Equals new 0. Int value is default. I think that's it. Yeah. Game. I probably need to double check that I haven't used that variable anywhere else. Oh. Hang on. Join. The power-ups are... Pickups are spawning. Right, let's pick one up. Instantly got 1,000. Nothing on the other player. Now it's got 1,000, so it's behind. Okay? So... How do I edit this? Network variable. Let's see if network variable manual page has any obvious. Network manager on client connect. Ah, it has an on client connect callback. Does that mean it's got an on value changed callback? Kind of the way I was trying. I'd been setting it up anyway. Hang on. So let's rethink this. My signaling was essentially on score change. So let me change the monitor on. My signaling was just the local version of what I think we need to do. So selected player. I'm going to leave that in. I don't usually leave comments in that in like this. So I'm going to do selected player dot hash score dot on value changed plus equals update score. Matches. Okay, update score, int new score. I'm not going to invoke it with the value anymore. There is no argument given that corresponds to the required. Yeah, okay. Do I even need that? Hang on. Do I even need that? I don't think I do. So I can comment that out. Comment that out. Comment that out. An update score will remove that. Why are we still angry? Int new score equals selected player dot hash score dot value. No overlay for update score matches delegate network variable int on value change delegate. Does the network variable hang on? On value changed example. Right. On networks on state changed. This is so much code. So much code to say one thing. On value changed. Probably just quicker to look at it like this. Previous value and new value. Really? Go through code on the other. Go through the manual page for it, basically. Network variable door state. Locked. I'm actually going to copy this. Pull out the also a door as an example. Network variable. That's kind of fun. It's oh. Not, I don't think example. Gonna let's or let's try guessing because I think I have a good idea what it's meant to be. Update score, network variable, int, new score. No. A on change a sample. Much simpler. On network D1, on health change this value in next update UI. I get okay. I think this kind of makes sense. If I do int previous value int new value, that is essentially what we need. Thing. I guess that's so you can add an additional layer of validation. So, for example, if you're increasing somebody's health, you could maybe add some cheat detection in there. You know, have they increase their health by like 9999999. So, I mean, I understand it, kinda. Post on left screen. Come on, please work. Not angry this time. Not angry. Copy code. Paste. Okay. Shoot the enemies. Player 2 is getting an unfair advantage because the enemies are. That looked relatively instant. Well, I guess is the point. It's not about whether it's relatively instant, right? It's was this did this look to be real time? Was it consistent? Like, was it done in the correct sequence that's reliable? Really weird, like being able to look at the other one and see the desync. That looked virtually instant. Virtually instant on both. So we can now score X route, and all the scores are there. I've actually kind of managed to simplify it there, and all the scores are there. Okay, that looked relatively instant again. Okay. Now it's a matter of map design and throwing a load of different enemies in and putting a boss in. But this works. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's bring up the document. Close all the documentation tabs I've got open. I have loads. Right, we've got the network improvements done. I'm actually at the point where I expected to get to today. So that's good. I guess next, let's put a basic boss in. And by basic boss, I mean just create a sort of placeholder prefab, essentially. So we can do that. Before I do that, let's GitHub. Let's make sure everything's saved. 6YO network. I'm going to try building it. Build. Play for free. Go. At this point, I should be able to just fire this build up and it's playable. Now, it's janky as hell and every room is identical, but it's playable. And from this point, just about refining it and adding some art. So I'm gonna zip this. Delete the old zip. I forgot to. Also, I'm gonna play a 2 moment. Zip. I'm gonna upload this to the Google Drive. Will it be smart enough to overwrite, or will it actually not? Drive is. Already exists. Do I want to replace the existing file with a new version? Replacing the file won't change the sharing setting. Yes, we want to replace it because that's kind of the point. If I look at the sharing settings, copy link, and let's just check what the sharing settings are on. Anyone with a link and view it. So, right. I'm going to drop the link there. And I'm going to summon I need to, before I refine it, let's see if we can get, if anybody is around still. Let's see if we can get it to, let's see if we can get it to actually like play with the built version. So if I run it, come on, wrong monitor, god damn it, this screen. Wait, start game. I'm going to host a game. Copy the join code. Right. Hopefully, send a message to somebody in the hope that they can help me test it over the network. Somebody that is happy to download my dodgy links. I'll give that a minute. Stand up and stretch my legs. And have a proper stretch because so Austin Blake, what's up indeed? Welcome. How you doing? I'm just having a bit of a stretch because I've got to the point where the game is playable, and I've just sent the build to somebody in the hope that they will drop in and see if it behaves over the internet pretty well. But what's up with you, buddy? How are you doing? Hoping that test it, but otherwise, I mean, it works locally. I could fire my laptop up, test it on there, but I'm guessing he's like out for lunch or something. Right, we're gonna call it that. I can fire it back up and retest it in a minute. Let's get some actual. Let's start to get some smooth gameplay. Because that's what we need. We need some smooth gameplay. And we need it to start looking pretty. So leave game. Alt F4. Right. Now I don't. Everything's saved. Or is it? Can't stay long. I'm heading out. So I dropped a follow. Help smaller streamers grow. Might be worth checking out. Add him on Discord and say, "Big guy sent you." Thank you for stopping in, bud. Appreciate it. Always appreciated. Oh, you have you? You've been watching them for a while. Did you catch the one last month? No response. Not really a person. You guys have got to work on your bot game, guys. You've got to report up your bot game. I mean, interestingly, I just realised one of the projects I'm working on could be used for evil, which makes me a little sad. Makes me a little sad because one of the projects I've been working on is to get a chatbot. So think LLM, ChatGPT style chatbot that can listen to my stream and respond and can watch my stream. So build an AI that can interact. I mean, I've seen people do like on-stream AIs before, but I want one that can just watch a channel. And it's just occurred to me, I wanted to do that so that it can just be a fun social experiment on the AI breaking free of ChatGPT and talking to normal people. But it's just occurred to me it could be used for evil. Because these like spam bots that come in and pretend to be a viewer that very clearly aren't aware of what you're saying, it's gonna like it would be able to build those, but so they can respond to you, which might not necessarily be a good thing. Anyway, that depressing thought out the way. I currently have the camera updating on a certain trigger. Now, let's close everything I don't need. Let's go back to main monitor. Let's change to I don't. Right. So there's a few things I need for this level. I need some sort of smooth transition. So I need something that's going to grab the camera, not just walk to the other room, because that's essentially completely off screen. Now, so where did I put the camera transition? I think it was in the start room. Room start triggered. Well, that's one place. Enemy room spawner. The room was one of the places. Let's do the boss first. I said I'm going to do a boss. Let's do a boss first before I get distracted. Enemies. Enemy. I'm going to move the enemy into there. We're going to do gate. Prefab variant. Enemy. Boss. Boss. And we're going to call him. Now we haven't implemented health, but I'm going to give him 2,000 health. Each projectile does 100 damage. And we're going to change his color. Materials. I guess we'll do metallic, gold, that, and let's do maybe doing a myth. Not sure how that's going to look, because the emissive on this isn't actually that strong. Let's. Oh, and it's one of the fields that's tied to the color field, so it doesn't increase. Oh, I'm in unlit mode. Duh. We're in shaded now. Right. Two. Okay, it doesn't apply. Yeah, it doesn't apply. I need to come up with a way of fixing that. Right? So we're going to make him all glowy like that. That feels a little boss-like, right? Going to make him glowy, give him a chunky amount of health. He's definitely going to drop a pickup. Now I'm going to subclass him. This is why I'm making a placeholder for this, right? So we're going to go scripts, characters, enemy. We'll open that, and I'm going to do mono behavior, boss. And a boss is going to inherit from enemy. And we'll get rid of those. We don't want them. Now, serialize field, int, pickups to drop equals 10, and serialize field float drop range equals 5.0f. So we're going to add a couple of values. Protected. Do we care about... Do you have virtual... I didn't think... I didn't think you could have virtual for... So... For a boss, we're going to do void awake. Hang on. Did we have a void awake? Did we have one in character? We do. So protected virtual void awake. And in boss, we're going to do protected override void awake. And we're going to do base dot awake. And then we're going to do pickups. Hang on. We'll make the drop chance protected. This is janky as hell. Like, I shouldn't be doing it this way, but drop chance equals 1. Okay. So drop pickup becomes protected virtual void drop pickup. Oh, right. Pickup drop chance. Pickup drop chance. Pickup drop chance. Pickup drop brain. I'm going to copy this. We'll use it as a base to edit it into... So we'll have protected override void drop pickup. We don't want to call the base. We don't care about the RNG. And in fact, I've set this. We don't even need to set that. Like, RNG is not relevant here. We're going to do for int I equals 0. If pickup.length return. That needs to be protected. Pickups needs to be protected. There we go. Excellent. And then we're going to do that. Now, I would like to give this a plural name because it is generally plural. But it doesn't matter. So, vector 2 random offset equals new. You know what, we'll do vector 3 offset equals And then we'll do offset.x equals random dot range here we go again with the multiple randoms. IntelliSense random dot range deprecated random dot range minimum and maximum. And I think the overload for this is a float. So negative drop range and drop range. Okay. And we're going to do the same with offset.z. Offset.z equals the same thing. And then when we spawn, we'll do transform.position plus offset. Okay. Now, all we need to do to test this enemies. We'll need room template, enemies, move that one, add another one. Prefabs, enemies, boss, play, fingers, and when we shoot this guy, you should drop like 10 pickups. First game. Oh yeah, I've got to shoot them a lot. I give them tons of health. And I don't think I implemented health. I don't remember if I implemented health. I think it was just... We'll find out in a sec. I think... What I set it to, like 20 hits. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. It made me... It put my UI in the top right corner. It's still only spawning one. What are we at? Oh, I didn't change his... I didn't change the enemy script. So if I look at enemy boss... Boss. Projectile layers. A projectile. I'm going to leave him with 100 health. Oops. Copy. Paste. 10 pickups to drop and range. So I'm going to remove that. And now we'll run it. Come on. The object you want to instantiate is... Huh? Did I not update the enemy spawner? Hang on, let's have a look at the enemy spawner. Room building, room template. Prefabs, enemies. There we go. Oh, of course, it takes the component reference. When you do it by component type, it takes the component reference. The fact that it's not game object with enemy, it's that exact enemy opponent. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Okay. This is good. Now we can set up some alternative enemy types. So, I'm going to set up, so create prefab variant, enemy crawler, and the crawler is going to 500 health, have marble is rotation, and I'm going to create a variant of the boss called a piggy bank. Give him, hang on, let's do the boss. Boss has 2,000 health, so I made him quick. Crawler is going to have 400 health. The piggy bank also going to have 2. What I'm intending to do on this guy later is add something where he'll just despawn after a while. Or his pathing would be he'll just walk out the arena. My intention is this guy's not really a boss. So boss is that might be a bit. Eventually, I'm going to put some mid-level progression, some meta progression in, but that's for another. So the boss itself, that's fine. Now the piggy bank have pickups, and he's going to drop slightly smaller radius, twice as many, slightly smaller radius, twice as many pickups. Why is that losing focus? What even happened there? That's confusing. And we're going to go to metallic gold. And I'm going to make him that one. Let's do that one. And let's actually set up a room so we can see what all these guys look like when they spawn in. So, room building, room template. Room template. And if I go prefabs, enemies, I didn't change the color on the crawler. So let's change the color on the crawler. So materials, metallic, black. That makes sense. It doesn't really matter. It's just I need them to read differently, like so they look different. So room building, room template, prefabs, enemies. Move all of them. We'll tell it to spawn enemies at a 0.2 interval. Lock that, and we will drop all the enemies on and hit go. I mean, after this, I need to start setting up enemies that shoot back. Oh, that's beautiful. I need to fix that. Oh my god, it's horrendous. Holy crap. Okay, now I need some more powerful guns. I need better weapons. I'm gonna need help with this. This single shot nonsense is not good enough. Oh, and all these guys are super tanky. All these guys are super tanky. They'll die eventually, right? Right? Please die. Please die. Please die. Please die. Come on, one of you, please. I mean, I noticed. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're starting to get some. Oh god. Oh god. I think that was one of the piggy banks. No, that was just a boss. The piggy banks should be wrapped up. There we go. Piggy bank died. Oh my god, I'm getting rich. I might actually be able to buy my freedom. Oh, that was beautiful. Double piggy bank. Okay, there we go. This is looking good. This is looking good. So here's a question I need to figure out while I'm thinking about how this should sound. Is like in an old game when I'm picking up like these sort of power ups, when I'm dropping them, it was like cash register. You'd think like cash register sound. What's the modern equivalent of the cash register sound? Like, I guess what sound does what sound does like Google Pay and like Apple Pay make when you pay for something? Because could I like have something that sounds similar to that? I feel like that would be the modern equivalent. Because there isn't really a universal like website checkout sound, right? Just a mouse click wouldn't work. Anyway, I'm overthinking it. Let's get right. So we've got a few. I'm gonna commit that to GitHub. Added a selection of enemies. Origin. Okay. Next thing. Have a quick look at the doc. We've added a basic boss type. Text styles, strike through. Like eventually, I want him to have like his own like AI logic and like do some other stupid, crazy stuff. But camera control, split screen, audio. Audio. I think we could do audio. We could do some placeholder sounds. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the projectile. Let's do the projectile sounds first, and we're gonna look up freesound.org and find a pop 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 pop. me logged in. Shoot. Gonna need my headset on for this. I'm gonna search options. I want maximum duration of like 3 seconds. Attribution non-commercial. That's not gonna work. CC0's fine. Attribution. I think most of the rest are going to be fine.
No shoot, no shoot.
They're too loud. That's too aggressive. Too echoey. Too tinny. That's kind of an interesting sound. I don't think it really matches the shoot, but also, I mean, a lot of these are really cool, but they don't really match what I'm going for. Yeah, I mean... Maybe with Adobe. I think not. I think almost that if I like just mute it a little, obviously trim it down to one shot. Let's put that in another tab. CC0. We're going to attribute it to the author anyway. I don't generally good practice to do that, but too retro arcade. That last bit, that last pop. That sounds perfect. I'm gonna have a quick look through some of the others. Don't think so. Too echoey. Too artificial. No. Too loud. I could bring that down a bit.
Pull! Pull! Pull!
Okay, sounds...
Pew! Pew! Pew!
That's almost... A lot of these are good for some of the weapons I intend to implement. Okay. Let's go with this one. Loading and shooting the Nerf gun. I need a folder for... I need a folder for attribution. And I haven't structured my project properly for this. Let's bring it up in Explorer. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to close Unity and Visual Studio. Screen am I on? Right. New folder. Unity project. going to just drag everything into that folder. Can't be because file is open in. What do you mean it's open? I closed Unity. Try again. I think I should have left the Git folder out. Yeah, I should. Should have left the Git folder out. X. D. There we go. Right. 2,500 changes. Third party, third party, third party, third party. These are just essentially file move. Move folder structure. I'm doing this. I don't want to drop it directly into the Unity project. Because I want to keep a copy of the unedited asset along with the attribution text, just for reference for later. Irish Paradox, I'm doing excellent, bud. I'm doing excellent. I now have a like playable network playable build, so I'm doing good. How are you doing? Folder. Third party assets. I'm going to put a readme.md in here. .md. Right. Like that. This folder is reference for third party assets unmodified. Assets unmodified. Great. Really cool. I'll just prepare myself for doom and despair as I'm going to start refactoring my scheduler header into an actual user spec. Oh no, refactoring. Yeah, I actually enjoy refactoring. Like, I'm going to be honest, I enjoy it. There's something that just hits certain areas of my brain that's like, this is good. And I generally will take 3,000 lines of code. Sounds like you should have refactored a long time ago, my friend. A long, long time ago. We're getting towards the point where I need to lock in a name for this as well. Like, I need a name that is it's not just a placeholder anymore. Like, right. So we've got a text file and we've got a WAV file. Open this with Audacity. Headers of 10,000 lines of code, totally understandable. I have to press X there, mate. I have to press X. Like, that feels very much like the good old programmer saying something simple when it is absolutely not. Like, even somebody who's familiar with that, it's going to take forever to find something useful in 10,000 lines of text. Come on. There's a difference between understandable and usable, I guess. Then again, 10,000 lines long means job security. Right? If it's going to take somebody a week just to read the header, you got job security. Well, we could get into the debate again about how programmers have this tendency to make things overcomplicated when they really don't need to be. I do it all the time. You know the old phrase, "Which idiot wrote this code?" Oh, it was me. Like, I've had that plenty of times. Plenty of times. With the head and declare the implementation macro. I don't like things that are like, well, this has everything in. It's actually one of the reasons I don't like Unreal. Audacity detect this file is 90 beats. Would you like to enable music view and set the project tempo to 90 beats per minute? Yes. Yes. I'm not even sure what it was at. But right. Take that section. Gonna copy, paste, delete the old one, and then I'm actually not sure what I want to. I'm actually wrong one. I'm kind of just thinking. No, that sounds weird. There's too much of an echo, and I kind of. I'm trying to think how I could remove that. I don't think any of these will let me do it without an empty section to sample. It really depends on my head. It is about 2,000 lines of code, just very basic functions that are basically the same but for different types or sizes. It's a vector header since C doesn't have templates. I don't want to bother with it. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I do point out, like, when I'm making it, like, a lot, that anytime you, like, oh, here's a rule for programming, like, no. Here's a guideline. There's a guideline for programming. Like, you need to use whatever fits, right? Could we, if I set some interesting. You know what? I'm agonizing over this. Let's just maybe compress it a little. Because it's going to fire a lot. I don't want it to be too sharp. You can't use goto. Oh no, that's old school. That's some old school programming there. Or on. That's some definite old school programming. I don't remember the last time I used a goto statement. Right, let's export this. Entire project. Mono, because this is. We can downmix this to mono. Because it's a sound effect from a point, it's not entering both ears, right? Browse. Git. Play for freedom. Project assets. Audio. SFX. And we're going to call this Gun Pop. WAV. Do we want it to be a WAV? I'm actually not sure what file type is best. I'm part of my brain that is not totally sure is saying MP3 is more platform agnostic. WAV files are Microsoft, right? Surely nowadays every system will play it. Low-level system. I can understand that. I can understand that. I don't really. I've dabbled a little bit in low level. I don't do low level very often. I've done some fun projects with it, but it's not something I use day to day. Right now, Unity Hub is going to get angry with me. Project. Did it actually? It says project was saved with an unknown Unity version. You are currently using 6000.5.5F1. Select continue to automatically select your project to version 6000.5.5F1. We'll quit that. We're gonna add from disk. Play for freedom. Oh my god. It just created a load of new. You know what? Unity folder names, man. Come on. I've really enjoyed it whenever I've played with like low level stuff. I think one of my favorite like hobby projects at one point was when I was working on a Arduino, and we were working on a project that was to it was designed to go on a little train project. Like it's the iMech E, and it's like a little competition they run every year, an engineering competition, and they were trying to add something for some software developer stuff, right? And what was quite what we ended up doing is we had it started as an Arduino, eventually became a Raspberry Pi, and we were supposed to read these G sensors to sort of be able to measure ride comfort. We're like, okay, well, let's check over time, check what the ride comfort is. And the initial discussion is like, well, we don't really know how often we need to check it, like how often we should read the sensor. And there was a collection of sensors that all need to be read. I can hear something. That was weird. We read the so we had to read these sensors, and I went away and I wrote the software to read a load of these sensors, and it was like, great, it can read them. How fast can it read them? How fast do we need it to read them? And when the answer was like, we don't know how fast we need to read them, let's go with 10 times a second. That's probably enough. And I went away and I thought about it for a bit and went, to me, 10 times a second sounds like not fast enough, because part of the problem. Let me bring up Paint. Let me talk through this because I'll wrap heads around. Right. So you've got your timeline, right? And let's say I'm going to make this 4 times a second, so I don't have to just redraw the same thing again and again. Fill, solid fill, blue. Right. So let's say I want to read this 4 times a second. Now, so you're going to read one like that. Fill, solid, fill. Right. You're going to read one like that, and then you're going to read one like that, and then you're going to read one like that, and then you're going to read one like that, right? So you've got the four readings. The problem for me was that inside those you've got sensor 1, you've got sensor 2, you've got sensor 3, you've got sensor 4, you've got sensor 5, and so on and so on and so on. I said, so first problem is your sensors are out of sync. You're reading from each sensor, they're not in the same temporal coordinates. They're offset from each other. And I was like, the second problem is we're measuring ride comfort. A part of that is vibration. And like when you're reading a G sensor, like continuous acceleration from side to side, like if you're sampling a few times a second, that's fine. When you're reading impacts, they're momentary, right? They, like, if you've got vibrations as you're going down the track, you need lots of data points to sense that vibration, or you're just gonna you end up between the peaks, and you just can't see where it is. So I went away and said, look, this temporal distortion problem, and this vibration, it's not good enough. And I went away and I played with the Arduino and optimized it and optimized it and optimized it until it was capable of reading 1,000 times a second. And then came back and went, yeah, it's now doing 1,000 times. And I freaking love that. Because I was writing code in ways that you would never bother on a modern PC. Like, I'd got bits of code where I'm doing a sum and I save that to a variable. And then that variable we do another sum on. I'm like, well, no, like we don't have the memory to make a new variable. Like this thing has a tiny amount of memory, and we don't have time to allocate more variables than we actually need. And I freaking love playing with stuff like that. This sort of questions that modern PCs have made irrelevant by how fast they are. Things like how long does it take to, because most of the values we were playing with were vector 3s. It's like, how long does it take to assign a vector 3? How long does it take to transmit a vector 3? And modern PCs have got so fast, like most people, even like game developers and stuff, will not get into that mattering, how long it takes to allocate. And I play with stuff like that a lot. And as far as I'm concerned, that has helped me in all my other stuff, right? Because it gives me perspective. Like when I'm building with game dev projects, one of the things I'll quite often be fiddling with. What the hell? Oh, folder name change again. Make sure this works first. One of the things I'll be fiddling with is micro optimization. Like it's in this project in a couple of places. It's like, is it worth me, like I've got a loop running, shall I pre-allocate that so I'm not reallocating it? And then you have to think about how it's initialized, and do you need to reset it or reinitialize it, or does that even matter? And things like, okay, I'm going to pre-allocate a vector 3. Doesn't matter to most game developers ever, and in most games and in most use cases it doesn't matter. But when you do something like, okay, this character controller I'm building, I want it to be able to control 10,000 characters. Well, suddenly that really tiny amount of time you're saving is now multiplied by 10,000. And suddenly it starts to matter. Please work, Unity. Please. I think there's definitely a trap where you can fall, you can go down the road of chasing optimization, and you can very often waste huge amounts of time trying to make tiny optimization. So I think what's often taught is like don't chase optimization too much. I think a lot of people end up defaulting to don't chase optimization at all, and I don't like that. Because I think it's people have kind of got lazy and just don't bother. But I think you do need to think about it. Now you should very often go away and go, I don't need to optimize this, but it should be a conscious choice, right? Yeah, it should be prioritized only where it's important. You're right, 100%. But it needs to be a conscious choice. Like, you need to know. You need to be able to know. Even just a rough guesstimate, like, what can I do with this? Like, how long is this going to take? Potentially, how much can I save in terms of performance? The answer might be I don't know. And then you get to the question of, well, do I have time to find out? Like, is there any tests I could do where I could mock it up to get an idea? But I think it needs to be a conscious choice. And in a lot of cases where people just don't even think about it, they just go, oh, we don't need to optimize. And then we move on. It just doesn't even get thought about. Right, this project looks formatted correctly now. So I'm going to just upload that to GitHub again. Now that it's also got the third-party attribution stuff, I'm going to remove the one that's in the wrong place out of the Unity Hub. I think if you spend just a little bit of time when you make any project where you're crunching a large amount of data and just take 10 minutes. Like, you've got something where you're working on it for a whole day, take 10 minutes, think through it and go, could I make this more efficient? Just stop and think it. Like, even if you turn around and go, I don't know, or no, just stop and think it. And I think that massively, just the change in mindset massively improves your code quality, because it's not just that instance that you think about. It's as you think about it more, like next time you might write it in a more efficient way from the start. Right, we're open. We have level. Right, I've got about 2 hours. I need to solve that flash point where something spawns. Let's have a look at my enemy spawner. I think it might be the enemy spawner doing that. I'm also tend to be somebody who, when there's this, oh, we shouldn't bother spending time on that stuff. I think individually, yes. In most cases where you come up with those questions, individually, you shouldn't spend the time. In a lot of optimization cases. However, if you don't have somebody on your team, if you've got a very big project that's going, we should optimize this, and investing more time than it's probably worth, everything just trends towards being slower and yet less efficient. But the value you get of the person who goes and optimizes everything is not just the immediate value of, we have saved this much processing, or we've saved this much thing for this project. we're like, it stops us trending towards eternity as we just don't even consider it. I think you have the same problem with code quality as well. Like, if you have somebody whose job it is to just go and clean up and refactor things, even though it's not necessarily totally worth time in the moment, you like the tech debt you've dealt with and how it makes it more accessible to your team will pay dividends back. Like when you look at when you zoom out and you look at the project or the institution as a whole. If it's too trivial, you should totally, absolutely. Right, enemy room spawner. Now, my enemies are flashing up at 0, 0, 0 when they first spawn, like for a single frame. And I'm not sure why. I also think one thing that like we should do, and I do this with most of my projects. I'm not doing it with these projects this week because I'm under the gun a lot more than you. Like, I'm trying to race through this as quickly as possible. I will tend to do a refactor pass on every script I've written the moment I've written it. So even before I push it and put in a pull request, I will do a refactor pass on everything. And then I'll do a pass going, is everything in this obvious? Could I tweak it? Could I dock it? Could I add comments that improve the readability? Could I clean it up a bit just to make it a little, like, improve the glance value? I do that on everything I write. Something really cool about the GCC Plan Compiler as a built-in function to optimize branches. Interesting. That sounds smart. That sounds very smart. Oh, this is the thing where it just like it where it can calculate ahead and roll back, right? So it rolls back if it's false. So on those instances where it's false, you pay the rollback cost, but collectively the rollback cost is less performance. If that's what I'm thinking of. Right. So enemies. Start spawning. Where's an enemy spawner? There's an enemy spawner. Right. Get spawn position. Hit dot position. I'm wondering. I need to know the code. Unity. Pause the editor with an event in code. Right, I'm going to put a pause stop in here. I'm going to put it in there. I'm going to put another one there, right? So what's going to happen here is the editor will instantiate the enemy, and the editor will immediately pause. I'm not sure this will work because it will still complete the frame, I think. I think it'll just pass over that. Not sure. Let's find out. I've never actually tried this, so we'll find out how it works. Yeah, I find just the like generally like because I take the the attitude of I do a basic refactor pass on everything. It just speeds up my work so much that even though it doesn't feel like it's worth it in the time, the fact that it drastically reduces the amount of time it takes me to pick something back up and re-implement it and start work at the end of the day, like, I think those things, it really pays for itself. Again, it depends how much time you commit to that refactor pass, right? If you're like, it took me 4 hours to write the script, now I'm going to spend 2 days refactoring it. Nah. What I'm generally doing is I'm going to spend half an hour, I'm going to hit the low-hanging fruit. What it mostly does is changes the code so the default not taken path of the branch is the true path. When the CPU speculates, since it mostly comes from a cold start, most likely say that the jump is not taken. That's how it optimizes it. Okie dokie. So this should pause on enemy spawn. There we go. Okay. Now, this is supposed to get the transform position of the enemy spawner. As far as I'm aware, there are none sitting in the middle of that room. And there aren't. However, I am questioning what happens if the nav mesh sample position basically gives me null. Okay. I know where it's messing up now. I know it's definitely spawning it in the wrong place. The weird thing is, though, it spawns it in the wrong place, then it immediately updates it. Like if I unpause it, right, then it immediately updates it to be in the correct position. So, 2 questions here. First, can we confirm? The first thing, can we confirm that what data is coming out when I actually get the spawn position? My second thought is that the network transform object might be syncing it to the wrong position and taking a frame to update. Maybe. Let's one thing at first. Let's confirm transform.position getting a sensible value first. Okay. So transform.position is -12, 1.7, and 0. So we're talking the spawner here or here without me even checking. And then the question is out nav mesh hit. I'm going to step over. And that gives me a hit position that is -12, 0.58, and 0. So it's definitely giving me a hit position back. -12. Let's have. I'm going to hit play. So auto pauses. This enemy not at -12? Is it -2? So network transform. I wonder if. Let me change the authority mode on the prefab. Should be server, not owner. Not sure that's it. Find out. Because I am questioning if I spawn, if I call the network spawn function, I'm going to change those editor points for a debug.log. Debug.log enemy spawn position 1. Put $1 in that. And we just want new enemy dot transform dot position. And then I'll replace the editor with the same thing after the spawn. 2. And then I'm going to do network spawn position. And I'm going to see if I can get the position from the network object. So new enemy dot get component network network object dot. Do we have a position for these? Include transform when spawning. Interesting. Delegate invoke. If it should include the transform when spawning the object. If null, we'll assume true. Network transforms. See what we've got on that. Dot. No. Let's just run it with the transform dot position and see what happens. And let's put the pause back in so I don't get spammed with 20 of these. I don't want to just get horribly spammed. Play. So as soon as it pauses, we check the log, and we see if it's registering in the same position. It is not. Excellent. Okay, we know it's something to do with it doing dot spawn. Okay. Not the authority mode. Okay, let's open up Google. Okay. And bring That's the wrong. Oh. Single. Spawns as its default. It's default. Hang on. Okay, well, that's not its default. But we'll clean that up. Because there's no reason to leave transforms in weird places. Oh, wait, is that maybe when they're added together? I didn't take note of what the value was. It's not when they're added together. I've just changed that. Enemy spawn position. Yeah, so it's spawning. Weirdly, it's always spawning here. Okay. What we got in the game manager. One was in it. Enabled client will be synchronized with the transform of the associated game object. This component is attached to. Don't move when the object wants it. Tells it, but by the description, that should be turned on. But I'm going to turn it off and what happens. Unenabled, but on instance automatically signed. That's not relevant. Network translate from its initial position to synchronized server position. Well, it's not interpolating because they'd all be in slightly different positions. Also hide fully visual root, model, and animate. I'm just way it. Yes, I structured network object. The script changes the during initialization. No. Double check that. Maybe. Maybe. Because the character controller does. Sort of. Okay, let me a little bit more information. On enemy spawn is server position, local position. Use the local position. Setting for base. And I don't think that's fixed, but not. On itself should not arbitrarily move the server object. When acting on can network lifecycle. What detail? Unity is expected to close, instantiate, configure, transform, then spawn. It is. Also inspect anything pulled from. Okay, so on network spawn. Do we have anything in on network spawn? No. No. Right. Characters and controller. Let's disable that. What happens? The enemy will just stand there mindlessly, but we'll at least rule out whether its problem is in. Not. They don't really do anything without the enemy controller, but nope, not it. This is annoying. There is no initial, so enemies have no initialization. Hang on, will this run? Repath immediate. I'm wondering if this will run. I'm wondering if this will run even if it's disabled, because you can enable and disable based on network spawn. Right. So what I'm going to do is just do return. What happens? So then it just does nothing on network spawn. Oh. Enemy spawn position. Right. Okay. It is something happening in on network spawn. Heard a notification ping. That can wait. Okay, we've narrowed it down. Let's see if it's the base class or the parent class. Turn. We're not quite binary searcher. Complaining at me because of unreachable code detected. Yes, I know. I blocked it on purpose. Go. A bigger question with this is managing the dynamic session creation during a live run. Okay, it's definitely not. It's definitely in the base controller. Okay. So base character controller. What we got? Set the material color. This is it. This is set our position. Set our position. This was originally so players don't spawn on top of each other. And it's because I use the character controller as a wrapper for everything. Wait, but this doesn't work with players. You know what? I'm going to revisit how players are spawned later. So I think what we're going to do, this is definitely what's causing it, right? We're going to delete that, and then we're going to move on. Post. Perfect. Right. I'm gonna remove the extra deep logs and the editor pause. Don't want that stutter. Now, this allows players to spawn on top of each other, but I don't care. Like, worst case scenario, and I was considering doing this anyway, I just let players walk through. I think the player's collider is already a little bit too big for hit detection. If I bring up the player briefly, their collider's massive. That feels quite punishing. So what I'm going to do, for that, right? I think that's a little bit fairer. What I would probably really like to do is replace this with a low poly. Replace this collider, one that comes with the character controller. Replace it with the ultra low poly for the character. That's like 50 polygons, 100 polygons. I'm not sure it really matters too much. I just, especially when we're top down like this, I just, at the very least, it can't be seriously much bigger than the player. And also I can, even without layer collision matrix stuff, I could exclude players from player and allow players to walk through each other. I kind of like, I'm not sure if I would like the idea that they can mess with each other, but either way, they'll spawn on top of each other, they can walk out of each other. The final version of this, they'll spawn off screen separately and be able to walk in. So I think we're good at that, right? So fixed enemy spawning. Fixed enemy spawning. For a single frame in the wrong spot. Not interested. Never interested. Thank you, Bean. Right. I think what I'm going to do, I think at that point, let's do a fresh build, and we'll see if everything's happy. I think. I mean, this is good. Let me bring up the folder. Delete the old zip file. File. Build. Oh. Allison Games. Play for Freedom 0.1. 1. Go build. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long. And then I'll get back to the. I got distracted with the error, and I completely forgot I was supposed to be presenting audio. Okay, so we're gonna do like basic audio, but I'm gonna do a build because there we go. But we'll do a build. Does it still want me to give it? He's not around anymore. I'll catch him eventually. Right. Taking a long time to build. Maybe until he responds, I just carry on adding things. Okay. So the first one is now I'm trying to think where the most efficient way to play the sound is. Now, I could place the sound on the weapon, Or I could place it on the projectile. If I place it on the weapon, it needs to finish before it replays. If I place it on the projectile, play as many as I like. I don't want to use play clip at point because that instantiates one. Now, technically, it's instantiating one with the projectile, but I will be moving over to. I will be moving over later to object pooling. So creating extra audio sources probably fine. Let's only do one. Okay. Yeah. So audio. I'm thinking one because I was thinking of a crash sound. Audio source. Audio source. And this is where we get into audio mixer stuff. Now, in my previous projects, let me hit play on that. Let me show you this. Back to that thought. Project configuration. Right. So header, audio, and we'll go serialized field, audio clip. Fire sound, serialized field, audio clip. I am fighting the audio clip impact sound. Now, what we're going to do is in Awake, we're going to do, we need to make a reference to the audio source. We're going to do audio source, audio source, audio source. And then we'll do audio source equals get component audio source. Let's break this out into a find references method. So find references, keep your code nice and clean. Find references. And we'll also do void setup audio. Or we'll do void reset audio. And that will be audio source dot clip equals fire sound. And we're going to do audio source dot on. I'm sure you can subscribe to events for these. It will play it manually. So I want to swap the audio sound first. Bypass. Sure, there's a audio source. Oh, I think I had to make a wrapper for this and make my own. I think I had to make a. Last time I wanted to do this and actually have an on finish playing event, I had to make something. So better way. Audio source dot play one shot, play one shot, play one shot. Audio source, hang on, dot play one shot. High volume scale. Play scheduled. Plays the clip at a specific time on the absolute timeline. Play delayed with a delay. Audio clip, and we'll do audio source dot play. Fine, I'll do this with the coroutine. So we'll do enumerator swap audio. Hang on. Set impact audio float delay. What we're going to do with this, we're going to do yield return new wait 4 seconds delay, and then we're going to do audio source dot clip. This won't work. It won't work the way I want it to. Audio source dot clip. It won't work because if an enemy's very close to you and you fire and it's still playing, it won't swap the clip back. All right, let's do it a different way. So basically what this is going to do, like on a wait, we're then going to do reset audio. Hey, Desert Dog, how you doing, buddy? So in find references, do we necessarily want to do audio source dot play there? Not necessarily in reset audio, but we do want it there. Right. Now we want on collision enter. Collision. So void play impact sound. Now, here's where we get a bit smart with it. Play impact sound. So if audio source dot is playing, we're going to do how long am I going today? About another hour and a quarter, a little bit. I'm getting quite close to having a actual network playable build, so I'm trying to rush it through and get it done by then. Although I kind of keep going in tangents and doing things way more like complicated than I need to. So audio source. Hang on. Audio source dot play clip at point, and we want impact sound and then transform dot position. So I'm going to delete the brackets. We don't need the brackets for this. And then else, we do need the brackets for this. Audio source dot clip equals impact sound audio source dot play. So what we're doing here is, if it's playing, we actually create an audio source to play the sound. there is an even smarter way where you can do this, where you can use pooled audio sources as your temporary ones. I have an audio manager sample in another project that does that. It has a wrapper for playclip that's playclip at point that it creates an audio source. It creates the audio source. It plays it at its point, and then it moves it back to a pool when it's done. So you don't have to keep recreating it. And it works the same as playclip at point, but as long as there's one in the pool, that's idle, it just reuses the one in the pool. So think of a point where you've got thousands of bullets flying, right? And they all have little impact sounds. If you're playing a clip, in fact, I'm going to put a to-do. To-do, move this to pooled instance audio. If you're playing thousands, it takes quite a lot of performance to create the object, right? So what this is doing is, if it's not playing, as in if it's already finished playing its fire sound, it reuses the audio source for the fire sound. It just changes the clip and then hits play. So essentially, if the source is idle, it reuses it, so we don't have to create another one. If it's not idle, it creates another one. Now, we need a smarter way of dealing with this when we get to the point when we have thousands of bullets, but for the moment, it's a big improvement. Right. Now that I've got that, I'm going to test it, and then I'm going to go into the tangent I was going to go on like mix. So, projectile. I need an impact sound. Sound effects, gun pop. Fire sound. Right, I need freesound.org. Or Audacity. Let's just record something. Stop. Delete. What audio source? Recording device. 1. Now this is without any. Perfect. Change the quality before I recorded it. Rate. Let's re-record that. Audio setup. Audio setting. Default sample rate. Record. That's actually too harsh. I'm saying it's too harsh because there could potentially be hundreds going off. One more. I think that works. I think we'll do. Ooh, which one? This one. Trying to get right at the beginning of the sound. Okay, file. Export audio. That limits us to 48,000 kilohertz. Okay. Right. Okay, that's fine. But I don't need excessive quality. We don't need click sound. There's bullet impact dot m3 selection. That not go in the right place. Unity. Didn't go in the right place. Export audio. Export. This folder doesn't exist. There we go. Bullet impact. There we go. Bullet impact. Finally. Right. So we've got bullet impact sound. Now I need to vary the pitch. And we have to vary the pitch because if you don't vary the pitch, you get like ears get fatigue from hearing the sound. So audio serialize fields, float, pitch variance, and we'll do reset audio. This will do void set random pitch. Do audio source dot pitch equals random dot range negative. It's 1 minus pitch variance and 1 plus pitch variance. And I'm going to set a range on that because otherwise we could set it in silly values and it'll be ridiculous. So range is, let's go 0 to 0.8 F. We'll set the default to 0.1 F. Okay. So set random pitch. We're going to do that on there. And we're going to do that on play impact sound. So we'll, any time that we're going to play it, we set a random pitch. Okay. So you get that uncanny valley effect if it fires with exactly the same sound each. 10% is probably a bit too much to vary the pitch by, but it makes it more obvious for testing, and I want it to be obvious for testing. So good. New game. Rolls off. Oh no! There we go. And it does sound ever so slightly different. And I'm now stuck here. I should have moved. I regret my choices. Come on, let me out. Let me out. It's not playing the impact sound when hitting enemies. All this loot. Dropping money on the ground. I've got to start getting rich eventually. Oh, hang on. Not playing the instance audio. Right, hang on. I'm gonna attach it, and we'll step through and see what's going on, because it says cannot play a disabled audio when it should be creating a clip instead. Let's see what's happening. Probably got the set random pitch in the wrong place as well. Okay. Now what that should get is audio source.is playing should be true. It's not. How is it not? This is one of those things where it's completed. Maybe it's one of those things where it, like, notice it carried on playing even though it's set to pause. So, well, for a start, set random pitch is in the wrong place. Play clip at point. Volume. No. That's annoying because play clip at point we can't randomize the pitch. So debug.log game object. Let's just do name audio source is playing, and then we do audio source dot is playing. Right, so I'm just going to output to the log the name of the projectile and if the audio source is playing. So the clip that we're inspecting, look, 2 seconds long. Basically anything, like you have got to be basically up against a wall. First one got true. Maybe I should put a longer test clip so that I can isolate this. Let's do that. Right. Audio is currently playing and will play for several seconds. Works for me. Test clip. Export. Back to Unity. Let's come out of play mode. Audio is currently playing and will play for. That's really quiet. Like, I don't know if you can't hear it on stream. Don't worry. There, subtle. Projectile. Ah. Retro. I put in as a placeholder. So, and then the bullet impact. I'm going to yell into. I'm going to make something a bit louder and a bit more
obvious.
Export audio. Obvious. .mp3. Oh dear. Right. Obvious. Okay, now let's play. Audio is currently playing. Audio is currently
Obvious.
Audio is currently playing. Audio is currently playing.
Obvious.
That's interesting. It kind of queued them up. Audio is currently
Obvious.
Audio is currently
Obvious.
Audio is
Obvious.
I need to hear what that sounds like in Unity just to like sanity check myself. Audio is currently playing and will play for several seconds. Oh, I'm an idiot. I exported the entire clip rather than just the very obvious bit. Current selection. Browse. Obvious. Export. Right.
Obvious.
That's better. They were just playing the same like placeholder, like long audio. Audio is currently
Obvious.
Audio is currently playing and audio Okay, it is playing immediately. So that works. It works. What I probably want to do is move the audio listener off the camera. Let's change the projectile sounds back. Bullet. I can delete those dodgy gun pop and bullet impact. And I'll delete the other. And then my question is audio source. Now, when you play clip at point transformed up position, that's the projectile's position. And I think what I need is... Let's open it up because I want to look at the audio. Oh, trying to work out where the best place to put the audio listener is. Because on the camera itself is probably not the best place. It's actually quite far away and it's going to move a lot. So I'm thinking if maybe... Ooh, 2D, 3D, 2D, 3D, 3D. Interesting. Maybe I just put the audio listener... Yeah, I think putting it on the player, but if there's more than one audio listener, it gets upset. Doesn't like that. So do I do... Let me just put one on the player and we'll see. I can't remember what the error message says, but... Audio listener. Right. So if I now play... And host game. Okay, I think I need to soften the sound. Copy join code. Play 2 up. Project was saved with an unknown Unity what? I think I need to kill the library folder. Let's kill the library folder. It's because I moved it. It's upset it. Play for freedom. Library. I have to... Oh. Fat fingered that. Library. Library folder. Right. This is going to be pretty chunky. $70,000 files. Right. Open that up. So what I'm thinking is, what I expected is it to get upset about the extra audio listener. But the question is, which one does it listen to? Come on, you be a little bit faster. It's definitely going to complain. I'm looking up the documentation now. It's definitely going to complain when there's more than one player with audio listeners on. What I should do is set it on the player, but change it If I set it on the player, but have it remove any that are not local, but then I need something to manage like when there's no player because I need background music and stuff. So that's a later problem. I think what I'll do is I'll just delete the one on the player. We'll be happy with that for the moment. Yeah, we'll be happy with the one on the camera, and we will deal with the consequences of others later. Of tuning it. Okay, let's start the second. There we go. It's starting without complaint this time. Stretch my legs a bit while this loads. Oh. Not too long. So, oh, that's definitely loaded correctly. Go. What I'm going to do, I'll put the music over the top as well. That lets me get back into the tangent that I shied away from. Focus. So, I have a package that I drop in as a template that has some very basic volume controls for. Load the shader. Yep. There's some very basic volume control for master volume, thick, and sound effects. And I've been using that for a while. And I recently found out that Unity has something that better. Okay, all the objects need. Okay. Oh no, I need to run around. Yeah, for something that's going to be firing very, very rapidly. This is way too loud, right? Like, you need to consider. Like, imagine this one. That's going to be horrific. So I need to pull that out of it. But there we go. It works. Going good, Stephen. No problem. Totally understand, mate. Totally understand. I'm going to slap the background audio on this, and then I'm going to make a build. I'm just taking a minute to stretch my legs. And if you'd like to join me in playing the build, we can test it out. So third party, where'd I put it? Audio, music, random thing I pulled from the sound. That doesn't fit at all. I need some good action music. That'll do. Download sound. Save. Attribute text. Copy text. Play for freedom. Won't take me long. Take me like 2 minutes. Third party. Text document. Oh. Go. Attribution text. And I'm going to copy that there. Placeholder one, I don't even remember where I got that from. I think I just put it as part of the. I think I just put it as part of the template I include, so there's like something to prove it works. Working while working, appreciate it. Right. Now, if I drag that, this is jank as hell, but drag it into the to make sure that actually plays, right? There we go. It works. Okay. Now I'm gonna clean this up, but let me show you the bit I keep kind of getting into and then like backing away from. That is really, really cool. Audio, like I've built my own system for this, and this is just so much better. I'm gonna make an audio mixer. Default mixer. Now, when I open default mixer, it has a channel master, right? I'm gonna add another channel. Music. And I'm going to add another channel. Oh, hang on, not there. Add a channel under master called SFX. And while I'm here, I'm going to add another channel called vocals. Right. Now, I'm going to open the music, right? Here it's got this output mixer group. I'm going to set master music. So it's now the music mixer group. Right? And instead of me having a script that manages this and changes the volumes, I've now just attached that like there. I want. Also occurs to me, can I set a default for this in? That's a shame. That's a shame. Right, I need to make sure that it loop. Right, then I'm going to go on to my prefabs, projectiles, bullet, and the audio source I'm using on here for the bullet sound. I'm going to sound effects. Now, if I go audio, if I hit play, right? Now, I don't know if it'll do this in real time, but let's try it. Yeah, I can't change it. Oh, it allows it. So I can tune the volume separately. I've built systems for this, but just to have one that just exists, like, is beautiful. Like, it's so useful. Like, I mean, obviously, then you make your UI for you in your option screen, and your option screen UI just edits these rather than you changing your own values. Nonsense. You can mute them independently. You can bypass different reverb effects and stuff. It's so useful, so useful. Right. I'm going to build this. I'm going to build this, and then we can and let's commit this as well. So added audio. Now all my audio is like placeholder, but because again I'm not a musician. Okay, and I'm going to build. Downloads, compile, play for free. Downloads, compile, play for freedom, I'll delete the old zip file. It's not there yet. I already deleted the old zip file. Right. Wait for it to compile. And the question is, does it play reasonably over network? I mean, it seems to play reasonably locally, but there's no lag locally. I've not built in any lag compensation yet. I have planned some lag compensation, but I've not actually implemented any yet. Now, the build for this is rough, right? So you still kind of run off screen. But when you do run off screen, you both have independent cameras now. I think the next change I'm going to add is I'm going to add a intermediary camera so that as soon as you step outside the room, it'll snap the camera to the corridor. And then when you step into the next room, it'll snap the camera to the room. Oh, done. From the wrong monitor, but we're done. Let's not include the debug information. Show zip. Play for freedom zip. Play for freedom. Blah blah blah. Load it to Google Drive. Replace. Less than a minute. I mean, that's good. When it said less than, I mean, that technically that was less than a minute, but it could have said 10 seconds remaining. Right, here's the link, and I'm going to play from the actual build. Right. I need to actually work out a proper title now, because we're getting towards like starting to integrate art assets, and kind of the title speaks about the game, and I'm not really sure. I'm not sure I'm happy with that. I'm going to start game. Oh, work. I'm going to host game. I forgot to increase the delay, so I need to be very quick. Even help. I'm stuck. Okay. I will get loose. Currently, every room just has every enemy because I've not customized them. So, a little more audible now? Oh, Stephen. Whoever that is, help. Right, okay. It works. Beautiful. Right, let's kill those enemies. Oh, right bumper, by the way, locks your look direction. Oh, please tell me you're playing with controller. Okay. My auto M finding software. No M file here. Oh no. No, no, no. No, let me out. Takes were made. I was reading chat instead of running away. Right, so now what I need to do is sort of add some balance scaling, add like some introductory enemy types, figure out some models, definitely tune the game. Thank you, Bunny Destroyer. I appreciate that very much. I assumed you were not trying to hack people, especially since like Unity does not have like. Hang on, does it have a .m file? Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I definitely. So half these enemies are bosses. Like they're supposed to be one like us v. Disasters video analysis. You've been testing it out. Yeah, these guys are meant to be like the golden red ones are meant to be a boss. The just gold one is just a loot dropper. Hey, Ams. Right, so the next step is lay out some sensible level progression. And the exit door? Here, have some enemies. I love being able to ricochet bullets off the wall as well. Like originally I thought, well, this is silly. But the amount of like skill shots I've done with it is like it's so cool. Right, which way should we go? Down or right? Oh no. Oh no. This is why I need the intermediary camera in. Just walk further, you will get to the door. There isn't an intermediary camera yet. And I can't come back. There we go. I think early on I definitely need to take the massive flood of bosses out. Oh my god. There isn't actually an end door to this, by the way. Like in theory we could clear all 6 rooms, but there isn't really an end door yet. I forgot to flag one of them as an end door. I was too excited that it would be network playable. Leave him alone. I think what I'll do, oh no. Oh, you pressed one of the decoy fire buttons that isn't properly wired up. You are now screwed. I'm sorry. I need to look into why that's doing that. What I think is happening is one of the fire that doesn't actually. There's 3 different types of fire. All 3 of them block the ability to fire. But I'm only using the one at the moment. So the only one that actually registers that it's finished firing and you can fire again is that one. Now, if you accidentally press the button for the others, while your firing will just never be re-enabled. Hang on, you got out of the world. You got out of the room. Is the door not locked for you? Where did he get out? Oh, because I've still got the jump enabled. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I need to. I need to disable the jump. This is an ultra alpha. Like, you don't need to like find bugs. Like, there are obviously bugs. Come on, little guy. Okay. And you say, I can see you. Yes. Yeah, I can. Let's go. This is the last room, and then we just fall off the map. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There we go. Oh wait, I can just jump out, right? Yes. You know what? I'm leaving the jump in. I'm just putting an invisible wall above the walls. I can see you here. You not see yourself on my screen? Oh no, you can steal my loot. I do kind of what I like the idea of leaving jumps in because it's a. Oh no, I pressed the wrong attack button. I can't fire now either. Okay, our only way to finish this is to just run away. Oh no. Oh no. The enemies are not constrained by the by physics. And we can't get back in. Okay, this is good though. Like, we can run around and actually shoot things and it works on network. Right, I'm gonna end the session. Do me a favor. Let me know if it migrates to you because I can't remember how it's set up. I like that idea. Yeah, I like that idea. I left you stuck. Okay, I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna turn the desktop audio back up as well. Before I ship that, I'm just gonna turn the volume down, and I'll allow people to fiddle with that, like, from the options. Right. So as it stands at the moment, we got 6 rooms. None of them, all of the doors are just openable. So I need to lock some. Serialized field. Ball. Starts. Locked. Equal false. And then I'm going to add a prop. Let me other screen this for a moment. I'm going to other screen this. I'm going to add a property. All is lock is locked or starts locked. You know what? That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. You know what? Let's do. Let's just do is locked equals starts locked. So set the initial state. Okay, and now we can guarantee certain doors don't open. Just to test this, let's do this top door. So this one should stay closed. Wait, I can hear shoot. Right. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot to change the enemies. Let's shrink the enemies back down, or like back down to a manageable level for the default. Room template. Enemy room spawner. Enemies. I'm gonna remove that guy, and that guy. And our default is just spawn 5 enemies at 1 second. Go. Why can I hear shooting? Is that just the music? I didn't hear it before. Disable that audio source. I can hear pop pop. But there's nothing that should be playing. Oh, of course I can hear the other player. I still don't understand why I could hear that. While I can hear the shooting. Okay, a sound that sounds like the impact is included in there. Fantastic. Okay, that explains it. The player doesn't exist when the level starts. That's why I was being confused. It's just included in the music because I have multiplayer play mode. It was starting a second instance, so even when I removed it, the second instance was playing. Right, so perfect. This door now stays locked. Excellent. Right, I'm going to go through and set every one. I'm gonna make sure the video source is enabled. Do that door. Starts locked. That door. Locked. Door. One. Locked. This door. That door is the exit door. That's like, congratulations, you win. Door 2 there. Locked. Two. Starts locked. Maybe I should default them to starts locked and then just open the correct path. Because this is quite tedious having to lock. It's going to be about the same, isn't it? About the same. It's only the edge of the map that's worse, right? I could probably automate this, get it to detect, like, even without doing the full procedural generation. I could just detect if there's a room in that direction and. Okay, that's all of them done. Right. So this room, we're going to do enemies at a mix of where are we? Prefab enemies. Studio room 2 can have a crawler. Hang on, let's collapse these. We only need the top level now. Studio room 3 have a larger number of normal, basic enemies. Room 4, larger number of enemies. Larger number of enemies. We'll give that a piggy bank. 5 is going to have crawler, gang, 2, any enemy, and room 6 have the boss. Right? That one can wait for 10 seconds. Oh, and only spawn one enemy. Only one boss. Right? Only one. Next thing I need to get the enemies shooting at you. Bachelari, welcome. How you doing? Right, I'm going to change the first room spawn delay to 10 seconds. I'm making the game in Unity. Making the game in Unity. Is kind of, from what I understand, it inherits a lot from Monogame. And although I am not that familiar with where they branched off or history of, but history of what became what, essentially. Okay, so this is actually this is a functional level now. Like, so I'm gonna save that, and I'm gonna do setup level enemies. Yeah. I vaguely think that I actually maybe have dabbled with it like a very, very long time ago. But I might be thinking of something else. I've used Unity quite a bit. I am looking forward to the update with Unity moving to Core CLR though. There's supposedly a lot of very nice performance improvements coming. Right, now the biggest problem I've got with level transitions at the moment is when we walk from the corridor. Now, when you're in widescreen and you go horizontally, because you can see a little bit of the space in between, it's easy enough to go from room to room. But when you're going from top to bottom or bottom to top, we need that transition immediate. So let's have a look at room start trigger. This is where I came to do this already and then got distracted by the fact that I had a lot of other things to clean up. So let's find where are my camera locations accessed. So there's room, lock of the doors. Where'd I put it? Start room, on network despawn, sanity checks. I put the camera one. Room camera location. Get transform at index. Right, okay. So this is the important bit of code here, right? Start room. And what we want is an equivalent that does basically just this on a collider that uses the same rules as the room start collider. So room start trigger does this. It's just on trigger enter. It's going to be basically the same. We'll do. I think what we'll do. I'll make it an empty. It will just make an empty game object. I think just to start with. So 3D object cube. Camera trigger 0 0 0 0. We'll set the size to 3 2 3. Probably going to make it a bit bigger than that. I'm going to delete the mesh. I was going to leave a visualization, but I don't care about the visualization. 15, right? Box collider. I think I'll make a. Let's make a starting size that sort of fits the gap here. Needs to be slightly smaller because I don't want you to like touch the door and it snap the camera away, right? But once you step through the door, and I think that lines up okay, right? So once you've actually stepped through that, then it'll take the camera. 9. So I'm going to set this same layer as before. So player triggers, and with camera move trigger. Okay. Start right. Play for freedom as scripts. Camera move trigger, yes. And we slider needs to trigger. This will probably be the last bit I do today, I think. I just want to get it so I can smoothly walk from. We got diegetic UI working. We got health working. We got we now have a playable game loop. The last thing what I've not tested, but I think what I'll test on Monday is I'm not actually sending the transition to like an end scene. So as it stands at the moment, the game ending is entirely governed by the host, but it's only implemented on the host. But we'll worry about that later, right? That's a tomorrow problem, right? So we want on trigger enter, and then we don't care if it's triggered. We do need to check if it has a network object, and we do need to check if it's not the owner. And then room start triggered. And instead of doing the room start triggered, we're just going to do where'd I put it? Room start trigger. Room camera location. Did I close the wrong script? It was the room script, right? This bit. Oh, I need to get camera location. I need a camera locations on camera move trigger as well. So camera room camera locations, camera locations. Arena camera, and the arena camera just is instant, so it's fine. Room camera locations. Oh, hang on. That's not how it was passed. Camera locations dot get transform at index. Now the room public transform get transform at index. Camera location dot room camera locations equals camera locations. I think I was finding these. Yep, so we need an awake. So I need some smarter way to manage this as well. Because I'm repeating code here, but camera locations equals get component in children, room camera locations. And then we just basically we look for the first one and get the transform at the index. That gives us a transform. And then we set the new transform for the arena camera. All we're missing for this is camera trigger. Room camera locations. Let's just double check a room. Camera positions. Top position. They have an editor arrow, but otherwise we don't care. So camera position. Trigger positions. Go to row. Right. 15, 0. And that should work. So if I prefab that as camera trigger, I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to open. Ooh. Do I want to put it? If I put one on each door, there'll be 2 on every location. But frankly, getting that command twice is probably not the end of the world. I should add something to clean that up later, but it's not the end of the world. So do I add this to the door? Yeah, I think I add this to the door. Because I did this before, right? That I worked out what the outside side of the door is. So camera trigger 0, 0, 0. Just line it up and then 50. 0, 7.5. Scaling nonsense. There's definitely some scaling nonsense here. Did I scale somewhere in the hierarchy? Room geometry, no. No? Out of there. It was 15 from 0. I could have sworn it was 15 from 0. Control C. Paste that there. And I'm going to put it back in and be like, okay, where is it? 4.66. I've used round numbers for everything here. How am I 4.6? The door is a weird... I didn't use a nice round number for the door. Oh my god, really? Okay, let's open the original room template. Can I tweak that? I don't like it not being a nice round number. God damn it. 10.5. That's going to look wrong. 10.25. That'll look right, and it's in both sides of the wall. And I'm going to override. Negative 10.25. Negative 10.5. 5. Now let's tweak the door. So 6.5. 6. 4. 5. Why can't I math? 4.7. It was 4.66, right? So it would be 4.775, I think. Studio room 1. It's not perfectly lined up, but I can... I want to chain these together as we walk through, rather than it just being one position. I can clean these up later. Let's see what happens. Oh, I need collar on. Okay, well that transitioned when it shouldn't have done. They're not on the correct layer. Prefabs. Trigger. Okay, triggers. Okay. The one in the wrong place. There is. Don't need that. Script. Locked. I just gonna have to go down and do all of these. So let's just double check the layer collision matrix. So physics. Player trigger should only collide the player. So why did we? Why did we trigger? Was it the stray one maybe? I know what it is. Can't make this child of the room. When I'm searching for the transform, I'm getting transforms at index. Okay, so when I do the room start trigger, where was it? Getting transform at index, but this Oh wait, I wasn't. Hang on. I thought I was detecting. Okay, we'll remove that position. No, I'm going to go into the door prefab and disable it. I think what's happening is because it searches in children for all of them at the moment. Array index of search. So camera transforms. Get by index. Room start trigger. Room. Get transforms at index. I'm sure there was a get component in children in here somewhere. That one. Right. So in room. Camera locations is get component in children. Is there an overload for this that allows us to specify levels? I don't think so. Maybe. So either I detach the camera trigger from the door and place them manually, or I manually assign the triggers to the room. Really defeats the purpose of the way I've set it up. Right, I'm going to select all of those. X. Beautiful. They're all still selected. Oh, fantastic. That completely didn't. That only pasted one. And it pasted not in the correct position. I was trying to just select them all, copy them. Oh, that means I'm going to have to all right, we can use the snapping. That it won't be that big a deal. It when I generate larger levels, I need to come up with a better solution. For the moment, it's not that big a deal. So let's open the door, the room building door, camera trigger, delete. Right, now we don't have a load of them. Prefabs, camera trigger, geometry. Okay, empty, camera, triggers, not selected. Camera triggers. Close that. Close that. Background mesh. Camera trigger. Camera trigger's at 0. Camera trigger isn't at 0. And it's 1.5, I think. Right? Doesn't really need to be totally accurate. Make it 2. Right, now top down view. And I'm going to go there. Duplicate that and duplicate it again. Go to there. Duplicate both of those and go to there. So now we need 1, 2, 3 more. There. one. Next one. They actually don't need to be that precisely placed. They just need to not overlap with the door. Delete the extra one. I made an extra one there because I wanted to. I wanted them to all have numbers because it bothers me. Right, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Try this. So now that it's not a child object, the rooms aren't going to search all children and find one that they shouldn't. Hopefully. Right, awesome. Now I need to actually shoot things. I need to make it so that the bullets bounce back out the doors. There we go. Hang on. Go. If I run around in between these. Because they will repeat, right? These ones don't delete themselves like the rooms do. I can, in theory, just at the moment, because I mean there should be geometry here to block you, but I can, in theory, just go directly to the boss room. Here we go. Oh no, he's way too fast. Beautiful. I need some fancy particles and some alternate weapons, and I think we're good. An exit door. Wait. Is that not marked as an exit door? Six. One. On. Figure this out. Door one is an exit door. I just noticed there's a load of unsaved changes on the other monitor, and I'm like, okay. Oh, it's just white space. That stuff I added and removed. So, I need the exit door to work. On trigger enter. If it's not open, return. We have the player tag. Does the player have the player tag? Does. Did I end up changing the structure of the door so it's not trigger anymore? Actually, not sure it'll be happy if I do this while I'm in play mode, but oh no, fell off. Okay, that's default layer, door mesh. It's not even triggering. It's not even triggering the on trigger enter, so. Oh, wait. You know what? I'm going to do this next week. It's fine. I've got to the point where I've got a nice build. Added camera, mid room transition. Push origin. I've got a build. I'm happy with it. It's good. It's time for a break. I said originally I'm not going to just do these well into the night. This is a working week. What can I get done in a working week? And I think there's been some good progress today. Let's have a quick review of the Google Doc for this. So I've got some basic audio in format, strike through. Audio we can remove. Now, so next week, I'm going to add some placeholder art assets because even though I don't really intend to finish the game in terms of art during the 2 weeks, I'm just trying to build functionality. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add some placeholders that I've got from different asset packs, just so it looks a little bit more complete. And after that, I think I'm going to add the wave spawning for the enemies, because I want them to be able to spawn in waves and with different distributions rather than just, here's a list of enemies, choose them randomly. I'm going to add the ability to change the camera angle and split screen next week. And I'm going to add economy game. Now, economy will come in when I actually have the power-up options. There are two places economy comes. Is that you can get loot drops, but I was thinking of putting like a shop room in the run, so you could have a little bit of choice over which item you picked up, and it would take money off you. Now, interestingly, the way the economy is going to work in this, start in the negative, start owing money, and essentially the good ending is you getting above zero and living to the end, right? Getting above zero. Now, what I plan to do with meta progression and being able to like have some character choice is be able to potentially come in with better equipment or even just a difficulty, like, you know, challenge run, and you start more in the negative. Like, you start poorer in more depth. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put interest on as you go through. So if you're in the negative, if you don't rack up money, if you're taking your time, essentially, will continue to accrue interest, and you just get poorer. And it occurs to me when I get to the shop room, what I could potentially do is allow you to buy the weapon whether you've got the money. Because that'll take you further into the negative. And a point of this game is that I was also considering scaling the drops with that money, right? Because it's a real world thing with capitalism. If you're rich, people are happier to give you. If you're poor, people are less happy to give you money, right? So I'll have to have a think about that, how I want to balance it. I think I might toy with that. It might give an interesting aspect to the balance of the game. That in theory, go and buy every power up in every room, survive all the game, but still be in the negative because you spent so much money on power ups early on that you actually end up worse off if you take the debt. Which, when this game is supposed to be a mockery of hypercapitalism, that sounds very on point. Like, you can have all the shiny things, right? But if you have all the shiny things, that might actually make your life worse. You need to intelligently choose which things you spend your resources. Because every negative choice will actually just get you deeper in a hole. I like that thought. I like that thought. And with that, leave that till next week. Thank you everyone who stopped in. It's really been appreciated. It's nice to not have to sort of code while I'm on my own and have somebody to mock me. Yeah. So thank you everyone for stopping in. I'm going to take a break till Monday. We'll be back. I'm saying 9 to 5, but usually I end up editing the video just before I go live, so I start a little bit after 9. Because I've been editing these and like creating time lapses to add to YouTube. So thank you very much, everyone. Hopefully next week will start to look a lot prettier. Thanks a lot. See you all soon.